Right, good to go.
Well, my hore mai, welcome to the ordinary meeting of council this morning, which is specifically to begin our deliberations on our LTP following the hearing of submissions. Apologies, I have an apology from Phil Morrison. Would something like Omer, moved by Eric, seconded by Jeremy? All in favour say aye. That is accepted. Do we have any declarations of interest this morning? I haven't been made aware of any. I'm not aware of any public forums, petitions or deputations. Also not aware of notification of any extraordinary items or urgent business. I haven't been made aware of any questions this morning. So we'll move to 7.1 reports. And I'll ask Wilma and Rachel to perhaps lead us into the process this morning. So,
Sure. Thank you, Mr. Chair. I think that the General Manager should be reading through the recommendations of this paper, recommend to you the conversations we're about to have today, and be joined by Tony, who's going to take you through the summary of the responses that we've made to some of the matters that have been raised to date in the hearings. So Rachel, do you want to just run through the recommendations?
Thank you, Chair. So the purpose today obviously is to deliberate on the submissions received on the 2024-34 long-term plan and associated documents. That includes the consultation document, but also a statement of proposal on the revenue and financing policy and rating review. Now, just to draw your attention to the fact this is a two-stage process. Traditionally, Environment Southland has deliberated on the individual submissions, and we will be doing that, but that's scheduled for day 2, which is the 10th of June, next Monday. So today we are working through the two major issues, those being the overall budgets and impact on rates, and the second matter being the proposed changes to rating and that rating review. So we have a plan of attack to work through those two matters today, but just noting there are a number of things that will be coming through for next Monday. So in particular, those individual submissions, and what we will do based on the discussions today is make some recommendations about how to respond to those submissions based on your decisions today. And secondly, things like the fees and charges and the other current consultations that were out, such as the Southern Pest Eradication Society rates, those types of things will all come back on Monday, but the two big matters are today. So timeline, first set of deliberations today, next set of deliberations on Monday. You may recall a discussion, we've extended the time frame to what was originally proposed, and we're seeking today confirmation or approval of that extended timeline so that you had additional time to deliberate and consider the submissions received. So at this stage, proposing that we prepare the long-term plan final documentation based on the deliberations next week for audit starting the following week and running through to the end of the month, and that the date for adopting the final long-term plan would be the 10th of July. So that's a recommendation in the pack. So what we're proposing in terms of recommendations, you can see those on page 4 of your agenda, is that you receive the deliberations report, part 1, noting that there will be a part 2 for next Monday. Note that we received 329 submissions, and of course you had a number of oral submissions during the hearing held from the 20th to the 24th of May. Recommendation 3 is that two-step process, so indicating your preferences on the key matters today, and then we will use that to inform some draft decisions for your consideration next Monday. Recommendation 4 is approve moving the date for considering adoption of that should be long-term plan, not annual plan, from the 26th of June to the 10th of July. So we're proposing that you move those recommendations now, and recommendation 5, noting the separate papers coming through for next week, and come back to recommendations 6 to 9 at the end of the day following your discussions.
Thank you, Rachel, and you've gone through that. So we're about to vote on those first 5 recommendations.
Recommendations 1 to 5.
Moved by Neville, seconded by Lyndall. Any discussion? I will put the motion.
I'll make the voting this
Excuse me, you're voting against those.
voting against fixed agreement.
Well, when we put I'll put the motion. All in favour say aye. Aye. And we will note your vote against. Okay. We'll now move to Tanya, who's going to give us an overview of the impact of the proposed budget and rating changes. Welcome, Tanya.
Thank you. Thank you, Chair. Good morning. I'm wanting to take you through Councillor's presentation, which is a summary effect of the impact of Appendix 1 and Appendix 2. We've put together this presentation to help, I suppose, assimilate the information that we're presenting to you. We have, post the hearings, gone through and put together a proposal for you to consider on budget changes, potential budget changes, and options that we might consider around revenue and financing policy changes. So this presentation brings that together for you. Ahead of our then going through, we'll go through in detail Appendix 1, and later after lunch Appendix 2. So the outline for the presentation is, as I said, what are the changes proposed in the budget? What impact do they have on profit and loss, the balance sheet and our reserve? What are we talking about in those potential changes to the revenue financing policy? And put together, what would that impact be on ratepayers across the region? So as we noted in our information pack here, that subsequent to the consultation document, we did 10, myself, I did 10 presentations out in the community, as did many of the councillors. We've had a lot of feedback from our ratepayers, both informal and formal, through the hearing process. We've come back as a staff and put together proposed budget changes that could see a potential reduction in the rates required. The reduction in the rates required has the most significant impact on the largest group of ratepayers. The statement of proposal on rate changes was a neutral document. It regards changing the sharing of the rates. 96% of the ratepayers would be more impacted by the budget changes than the proposed policy changes. The proposed budget reduction will, on average, reduce rates for a $450,000 property by $25 per annum, a $5 million property by $280 per annum, and a $12 million property by $673 per annum. We're going to talk today about the use of reserves and financial resilience. Just highlighting again that the long-term plan consists of many documents, the infrastructure strategy, which is a prime discussion in this LTP, but financed through the financial strategy. Our financial principles are that everyday expenses be paid for by everyday income. In the last long-term plan, we noted that there was a need 3 years hence to start rebuilding our general reserves. That through that COVID period, that very difficult LTP, we actually used up the remainder of our general reserves, and our general reserve balance available for distribution, non-tagged reserves, if you like, is currently 0. There is a proposed, in this budget, there is a proposed rebuilding or slow rebuilding of those reserves from year 2 onwards. That's general reserve. But in saying that, there are a number of other reserves that council holds. The marine fee, or marine fee reserve, as we call it, is one of those very important reserves. It has a policy whereby we build up sufficient income to take us through periods when there might be a fluctuation in cruise ship income, and we've seen a substantial amount of that in the last few years. We used that reserve during the COVID times. Cruise ships came back, we're able to build up that reserve. What we're looking at next year is another change, and a change in income downwards again. Since the publication of the consultation document, when we've got information from the industry to suggest that we will be receiving income $1 million less than we budgeted, that we put out there in the document. The recommendation is that we use the surpluses that we've accumulated, and including this year, we actually have are expecting to earn more income than budgeted. We've got this fluctuation going on. Staff recommending that in year one of the LTP, we adjust the documents and that we use reserves to fund that difference. Leasehold reserves. The council has $7 million in leasehold reserves. These balances have been built up over many, many years. There was a number of submitters suggested that council use council reserves to fund urgent maintenance or priority maintenance on floodbeds. In this proposal we have in front of you, there is $750,000 recommended that could be used to do exactly that, to address those priority floodbank maintenance. Biosecurity and land sustainability surpluses have again arisen over time from targeted rates. There's a recommendation in this document that we use surpluses in years 1 and 2 to fund activities in those areas. Overall, Chair, the proposal is over 2 years that $2.35 million of reserves are be used to support programs of work and thus reduce the rates. It is up to council through these deliberations to agree the amount of reserves and surpluses that will be finally applied to the budget. Borrowing. There were some submitters who expressed concern around the level of proposed borrowing. During the presentations out in the community, we had the opportunity to explain to ratepayers that funding, or the borrowing was contingent on getting funding from the government. Being in the budget did not mean that council were going to spend the funds. That's again up to council now if they wish to debate that, as the extent of that proposed capital expenditure that they might want in the LGP. Having reviewed additional capital expenditure and altered projected inflation, the total debt as it stands would reduce from 72 million to 67 million. The opening balance of debt was forecast in the LTP budgets to be $15 million with $5 million funds in the bank, a net debt of $10 million at the 30th of June. The updated forecast at the 30th of June will now see that at approximately net debt of 8.5 million. The difference being the timing of projects and transactions not yet completed. Revenue and financing policy, statement of proposal. The revenue and financing policy proposed the creation of one flood infrastructure rate on capital value, that land sustainability and biosecurity move to capital value from land value, and that new infrastructure be funded by debt and rated region-wide. The proposal was shared with the community. We noted that 49% of ratepayers would have a rate reduction as a result of the policy, and conversely 51% would see an increase. The bell curve, if you like, the midpoint sat at a position such that 70% of the ratepayers would see a rate change plus or minus $40 in year one, the year of adjustment. It was proposed that that policy change would see an average 2% increase for residential ratepayers, an 8% overall decrease for rural ratepayers, and an aggregate 30% plus for commercial ratepayers. Appendix 2 goes into some detail as to subsequent recommendations on changes to the revenue and financing policy. One of those recommendations is a transition option. I'm just noting here for you, councillors, that if a transition option is considered and you wish to debate that the work undertaken by the council and workshops back in November actually sets out exactly how we might progress with that. Option 2 in our November workshop is the recommended transition pathway. Table 1, the table on page 41 of the agenda goes into further detail on how that could work and discusses the options and flexibility that a transition option might bring. The rate impact benefit from a transition option for most ratepayers is not as material as the budget changes proposed. However, for ratepayers who are currently outside a rating district or with significantly larger capital values relative to their land value, there is a definite benefit, a financial benefit, in the transition option. The transition option proposed would keep the UAGC at its current level for year 1. It allows further time for reconsideration of the various catchment rating options. It would rate all the catchments on the same basis, and it allows the catchment operations efficiencies that we envisaged when we promoted the original revenue financing policy. The combined impact on ratepayers from the proposed budget changes and a potential change to the rating policy would be, as you'll see on the slides, the options detailed in Appendix 2 are that councillors choose the proposal as per the consultation document, the proposal with an updated budget and therefore lower rates, the status quo, which would be no change in policy but the current budget or the updated budget, or a transition option. So each 4 of these options are noted now as we go through the financial, the slides to detail the financial impact. The proposal with the adjusted budget and the transition option would both show significant changes to the rating impact. Both options have 47 to 48% of ratepayers paying less than $1 a week as an increase, and both options have 86 to 89% of ratepayers paying less than $3 a week, as opposed to the original proposal where 80% of ratepayers would pay less than $3 a week. Appreciate there are a few numbers on the screen for councillors. The councillors have a copy of this on the screen. So I won't labour all of the numbers, but I'll highlight. So my mouse. So to your left is the average increase in rates per annum. So less than 52, 152 to 252. These are the dollars per annum, the ranges that we put out in the consultation document explaining to ratepayers where they might sit, and the numbers that would sit within those categories. So at the consultation stage, 33% of ratepayers would have an increase of less than $1 a week, or $1 a week or less. 2/3 would be $2 and 80% would be $3. What we see on this table, Chair, is that if we move to the right of the CD proposal, the proposal with the adjusted budget sees 24,000 ratepayers sitting at $1 or less a week. And the proposal with the transition is similar numbers, 24,000. The transition sees more ratepayers here in the $1 to $3 a week. What is happening from this proposal from here to here, there's a halving. Apologise for those who are online might not see my pointer. There's a halving of the number of ratepayers that were sitting out here at the higher levels of rates increase. That is reduced, and more of the ratepayers now go down around this $1 to $3 a week as a result of both the budget changes and the proposed transition. Residential ratepayers. So in this category, we shared this with ratepayers to allow them to look where their property might be in capital value. So we've got capital value of the property on the left, numbers of properties, so 42,000 residential properties, 25,000 of those sit under $450,000 value. The proposal that went out said that the numbers here of $17 and $65, that's where most of the people would sit, most ratepayers, per annum changes. With the proposed budget adjustment, properties under $300,000 in value would average an increase of total rates of $7 per annum, $48 for those under 450. Now this comes about, this change here, because in the proposal we reduced the UAGC from 140 to 120.
So that's why the top two actually go up, and you've got proposal with adjusted versus the transition. It's 22.
Yeah. So between the proposal and then the transition, what we see in the transition is at that very lowest level, below 300,000, they would average $22 per annum, as opposed to what went out here. Now that alters again. The proposal was a transition. So the transition proposal, as it sits, Chair, is the UAGC to remain at 143 in year one and reduced in year two. Now, what we're seeing in the transition proposal is a reduction again. With the ratepayers that are sitting at the higher level here, above 450,000, their average rates are going to reduce between $40 and $70. For the $450,000 ratepayers, their rate proposal was $65 would go down to $49. And the 300,000 and less properties would move from $17 to either $7 or $22 and go down a bit further in year two. When I say go down, that's relative, because there'll be an increase in year two. So that is the proposal as calculated, and it's subject to discussion, of course, with the councillors. Dollars per week, we're looking at 13 cents a week, 90 cents a week, or $1.40 a week for the majority of the residential ratepayers. Within the $1 to $2 a week feedback that we got in that early pre-engagement. The councillors work through that graph in their own time, but you can see there's a substantial difference between the proposed transition and the altered budget. Perhaps I could, Chair, point out that, again, at the higher end of capital value, a transition option is definitely of benefit. So for those properties sitting in the lifestyle block, a higher value residential area, an area outside of the current rating district, and if you combine all of those, Ototara, Morris Bush, Maple Bush, they're not in a catchment area and they tend to have higher capital values. They would definitely benefit from both the budget change and the transition. Whereas at this mid-range here, where the majority of our ratepayers sit, is 300 to 450,000. It's not a significant material difference in all of the proposals, definitely less than what we put out, but the three options are quite similar. Rural properties, so large capital values, again, numbers of ratepayers, significant 3,900 ratepayers, we'll call it 4,000 ratepayers. Of the 5,600 sit in that area under $4 million. The proposal said 66, that would be 34 with an adjusted budget and 65 with transition, 226 or 62. So those with higher capital values, you can see, starting to see the benefit of reducing the budget. Now the transition here is a bit higher for some of these ratepayers, and that is because we're slowing down the movement, the adjustment. I know you can't see my hands moving. The rating policy has a movement from from rural to urban to commercial, and part of that smoothing out. So by transitioning here, what we're doing is we're both reducing over time that change. And commercial, similarly, the majority of commercial ratepayers, again, 3,000 of the 3,200 ratepayers have property values less than $2 million. So the proposal for the majority of them would have seen an average increase of $23. Now, as we discussed during the presentations on the revenue financing policy, that average varied quite significantly, depending on the location of the property. But that was a genuine average. Those ratepayers would have paid $53 under the current policy if we changed nothing. The proposal would see an average of $6 or a transition $26. We always see significant changes coming through at these bottom 170 to 270 ratepayers here that have substantial capital values. The reduction in the budget would see quite a drop in the rate, and the transition even more so. You can see a halving there of rates in year one for those higher value ratepayers by working through a transition option. And apologies for the size of this, but yeah, it's available. It'll be available online for people to read subsequent. What we're highlighting here is the largest capital values is 20 property owners by the capital value, as I said. Current rates proposed in the consultation document. Status quo, so if there was no budget policy change, proposed change and transition. Again, just highlighting the impact here and the smoothing out of significant changes as a result of the policy. The transition, proposed transition, has all ratepayers paying the same total rates over a 2-year period. So whether we go with transition or not transition, ratepayers would pay the same. The transition proposal smooths that across that and makes it easier perhaps for those with the more, the bigger variances. It was, one of our larger ratepayers suggested that, and of course a number of other ratepayers suggested that we delay or change or transition. And in response to that, we've created a transition proposal for councillors to consider. Chair, that's the information that we'd like to put in front of the councillors. So before we begin discussing in detail the parts that make up the proposed budget changes.
Thank you, Tanya. Question, Paul?
These figures based on our initial long-term plan and rates increases, not on what we currently have, but based on what was presented to the ratepayers. In the residential properties, the average per week increase, we all work on percentages, but we're still working on this dollar per week thing. And we have properties, we have 9,000 properties at $300,000. It'd be good to know what the average currently they're paying, the average rates they're paying, and then we could say, right, it's going to pay $7. We don't have that figure in here. It'd be good to know what we were starting. If you know what I mean, we were starting because we're not getting that figure at all. We currently work on percentages when it comes to inflation, but we're presenting all of this stuff with $1 a week, $3 a week, $2.50 a week. That's a lot of money for a lot of people. So it would be good to know, so $750,000 to $900,000 property, what's their rates on average they're paying?
Chair, could I bring that back to the meeting? I certainly, we have that information. Could I respond also to councillor's statement?
In some ways, and we always have that at the end, is having those examples. Probably better to have deliberated and made a few more decisions before we did that. Otherwise, you're double handling, because each thing we change will, or if there was any changes to the flat rate, for instance, or any of those things will also have some impact. But we always, or at the end, we will see a band of what was paid last year, what they'll pay within the proposal. So it is, it'll give you a pretty clear indication of what those various subsections are going to pay.
But we don't have that. So what I'm saying is, you're saying a clear picture of what they pay. What I'm wanting is a start column of currently what they're average paying per that property. And then I can say, right, based on these figures, they're going up $105. They may start on $350 is what they're paying. They're going up $105. Don't give it to me as $1 a week or $1.50 a week. I want to know what the percentage is based on where they start and where they finish. It could be 30%.
And we always do that, and if people want a slightly wider grouping, I think I'm sure that can be done. Jeremy?
Just to clarify, when you're dealing with the UAGC at 143, discussing, is that what currently is in the, so it's just staying at a status quo?
It's proposal.
Yeah, so no increase. No, good. Just want to clarify.
Peter?
Just to clarify, we're talking the transition period 2 years to capital value. Yeah,
That's the proposal. And I'd like to go through it in detail later.
yes, but just to clear things.
Yes, yes.
Thank you.
So just to be clear, what Councillor Evans is asking is not a problem for us to bring to the table. So in the break, we'll bring it to the table for you.
Just be happy with it.
So saying that it's not difficult for us to bring what you're asking, it's not a table that shows the difference, but what is a table that's a comparative current rates in those bands. We'll bring that physically back into after the break.
Very good. Morris?
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, I might be a little bit slow here, but looking on the residential properties as an example, the table there. So we've got properties under 10,000, 9,123 of those. Their increase for the consultation document, which is what CD stands for, I assume, is $17 for the whole year. The status quo with adjusted budget. So please tell me what that is again.
Our status quo would be no change to the rating policy, but with the budget we've recommended
That's with
the lower budget.
13% increase as
Yes.
opposed to 20. Okay. And then the next column, proposal with adjusted budget. What's that?
So that would be the proposed policy, which includes all of the changes proposed with the lower budget.
Okay, and the transition one is what Peter was talking about, the change from land value to capital value over a 2-year period.
Yes.
So the benefit for those people on the lowest value properties, the best or the cheapest option for them is that second last column, right? So the increase is only $7 as opposed to 17.
In year one, councillor, yes.
More, yes, I know, more.
So we've spread it over 2 years. So what we see there is, particularly those lower value properties, is in year one, they're getting a definite adjustment, a definite benefit from the adjustment in UAGC. In year two, everybody would have the same increase. So that they're getting a one-off benefit in year one. And in the transition, we're suggesting that we smooth that more. So they would have a lesser increase in year two than otherwise.
It'll be more than the proposed one, isn't it?
Uh,
Than the one that was sent out from the CD. The 17.
in year one it is, yes. Yeah, in year one.
All right, thank you.
John,
Thank you, Chair. Yeah, Tanya, I see in page 41 of the agenda, there's two different transitions with the FMU basis. What, do we have any numbers to sit beside the second transition?
Yes and no. We have some indicative numbers, but we're not, we didn't come to deliberate on the FMU
Yeah.
basis. What we're suggesting, I'd like to go over this in detail in this item, but I will answer your question. It's a consideration that we're offering councillors to think about. The transition option gives flexibility. That is one of the potential changes. It's only one that you might think about rediscussing with the captain.
any questions for Alistair?
Through you, Mr. Chair, with respect. This is all good in the calm duck fund, but when we get this out into the real world, we have a difficulty that it doesn't all add up to $7.22 or whatever because of the QV situation. And this is where we ran into a lot of pushback in our submissions. Can you explain how we're going to cover that?
I'm not sure exactly what the council is referring to. We've done a lot of work on the township numbers, and as we've always said, these are aggregate averages. But when I look into the townships, the Nightcaps, Ohio, Matara, Tianao, Tuatapere, the numbers fall within these ranges. There will always be outliers, but I genuinely believe that the 25,000 ratepayers that we're talking about here in residential, if we went through all of them, that is what we're going to find as the aggregate, as the averages. So there will be pluses and minuses, but the numbers fall very much as we are suggesting. They will not all be $7, but they're within that range, that very low range.
Paul,
So, thank you. Just further to what Alistair has said, though, part of the submitter's concerns were the change to capital value and the changes were higher than the average, as it being $17. So, I think what Alistair may have asked was what in these proposals is going to alleviate that change. As an example, mine's going up 50% nearly. So I'm working on a percentage, not a dollar.
So, Chair, could we, and I don't want to not debate this, but could we debate this in the revenue and financing policy part of the agenda? The purpose of this here was to introduce councillors to the updated information. We had lots to discuss and lots of questions that could be further asked in the Appendix 2 item.
no, look, that makes sense, Tanya. Or on this one, did you give any consideration to a longer transition time rather than 2 years, like doing one step and perhaps even the next LTP?
We could, with more time, develop another option.
Any further questions for Tanya at this stage of it? I mean, the figures on the surface certainly make, well, between a lower project rest year projection and a transition, it certainly make a significant difference for most people.
Just a quick observation is that we've still probably got our story about the rate adjustment. We're still providing the budget increase and the rate adjustment. There was obviously, I think there was a bit of confusion especially around the consultation period of actually showing people, because people were saying, oh, this is looking terrible, but we lumped a big rate increase. But we're still got that a wee bit. I'm not saying this is a reduction, that's good,
Yeah.
good, but we're not showing, hey, this is what the rate, the rating reviews, how it adjusts. And if you're a status quo with what the rating review does,
Yeah.
and then bang your budget on.
Could I,
If I could-
could I point the councillor to the column
Yeah.
that says status quo
With adjusted budget.
with adjusted budget, so
But-
effectively that is the difference between the status quo and the proposal with the adjusted budget is the impact of the rate change. So if I could take councillors through that just for another 5 minutes or 2 minutes. So if you've got in front of you the residential page, perhaps I could share this with you.
So status quo is doing nothing, just
Yeah.
as business as usual on a zero increase. Is that right? Yeah. Okay. We might not need to do that. Just want to clarify that. If you want to spend, that answers my question.
I'm a bit confused, Jeremy, sorry.
Yeah, thank you, Dave.
I think what it actually means is that's the status quo is what we put out.
Yes.
So that's all the changes. So
Which
that's
Jeremy's-
yeah.
Jeremy, are you asking the status quo is what?
Status. The status quo is
Now.
no rating review
Yeah.
with just the budget, with a budget
With the budget.
increase.
So, we'll start again. It was a very good question. Okay, and I could have perhaps pointed it out earlier. Status quo is the current policy with the budget that we need to increase. And I keep using the words adjusted budget because it's not the budget that went out with the consultation document. So we can call it the lower budget. Status quo means if we change nothing and we've got a lower budget, this ratepayer here, these group of ratepayers would pay $38. They would have an increase of $38 regardless. The proposal that went out in the consultation document would see them have an increase of $17. The proposal with the lower budget would see them have an increase of $7. So for this group of ratepayers, there's a benefit of $31 from the policy change. And slightly less if we transition it over 2 years. Ratepayers above 900,000 would have had an increase of $125. The proposal says 360, 4260, 4194. But the difference between them is the cost of the policy change. And as we've discussed, the majority of ratepayers sit outside of this 4% of ratepayers overall.
Just to ask a question, when you look at status quo, is that lifting the UAGC by the percentage? So it has taken into account, so it won't be 143, it would be
Goes up by the average.
by the
percentage.
average percentage, so it would increase.
Yeah.
So I'll just clarify on that, it's got that in there.
Paul.
Thank you. Sorry, Tony, look, the status quo was mentioned by submitters, not in the term that you're stating, which I would say is not status quo, it's proposal, would have been the first proposal. The status quo is a maintenance or maintaining of where we are. The status quo for the submitters would be before the proposal comes in. So I think the wording status quo is probably not what any of the submitters, the way they spoke about it and the way we're presenting it is aligned.
I'm not sure we're in agreement on that. Status quo means no change in the current policy. But there needs to be a budget increase regardless.
So the status quo is no change in what was currently proposed.
No, what is currently the policy?
So last year's rates.
The rating policy is land value and 140 catchment rates. That's the current policy.
So there is status quo.
That is status quo.
I just need to confirm that because it just didn't sound like that at all.
So status quo also, the current policy also sees the UAGC lifted by the average rate increase.
Which is?
Well, it would be 13.5 or 16% or whatever is agreed. And that is why we're seeing these differences in these lower value properties. They're both residential and commercial are the same. The commercial ratepayers, the majority who are under $1 million, would have seen a rate increase of $53 versus the proposal of 23 versus a transition of 26. As we've discussed right through the workshops, commercial properties as a whole pay little towards flood infrastructure, biosecurity or land sustainability. And this sharing of costs or redistribution of rates across all the ratepayers did see the greatest increase in commercial ratepayers. Now, the transition is of most benefit to these same ratepayers because it allows time for that process to occur. But you'll see in right through these documents, the biggest number of ratepayers are at the lowest capital values, are not seeing hundreds of dollars. We're seeing some direct benefit here from these policy changes.
In the first year.
In the first year. So in year two, the transition or the proposal as it stands would see all ratepayers being rated on the same capital value. So a $200,000 property, and there still are some, would see an equivalent change per dollar as a $2 million property. And for those low value properties, those changes are reasonably small.
Eric?
Yeah, I'm a bit amazed about the values that we've got and the numbers against them. I'm presuming, these are QV assessments. When was that last done? And how accurate do you presume that sort of under 300,000 figure might be in the next one?
We update the database 3 times. We've done it 3 times during this process. So
right,
we
okay.
have 31st of March was the last time we updated it. Yes, so do they have property, do they have homes on them or improvements? We had submitters suggest to us that there's no such thing as a $450,000 property anymore, but you can see that there is 25,000 properties under 450,000 in Southland.
That's the bit that amazed me why I've asked the question. I'm not doubting your work, but I just need some confirmation about that.
And another 3,000 of commercial. And even if you look at rural, the majority of them are under 4 million. We have some very, very significant properties down here, but 281 properties above 10 million, 250 above 8 million, but by far and away the majority of properties in Southland are under $450,000.
A big hard part in Chicago, and that's where the Mayoral Forum, people sitting in that bracket who would like to go into a smaller or even a rest home type house, but what their house is worth and what the other alternative makes it quite difficult. So, and in our rural areas, yeah, a lot of those townships would fall into that level and below in a lot of cases. So, yeah.
Chair, if there were no more questions, could I work through Appendix 1?
Yep.
So I'm going to, Chair, assume that the document's been read, and I'll start with changes in forecasting assumptions, page 12, table 1. So as I noted when we went through the summary, we have had changes in the marine fee income. We had put $3.2 million into the budget for years 1 onwards. The reason for that was that this year, the season that's just ended, it looked like it was going to be a very high season for cruise ship numbers, highest that we'd had actually, and that there was some belief, I suppose, post-COVID that was the new normal. It is not the new normal. There have been many other things going on in the world. We have seen that change and quite quickly. In fact, the cruise ship numbers have fallen from 132 to 94 and So you are all aware of the news on many global economic impacts of that. That means for us a $1 million drop in income. Now, I've spoken with the marine manager and general manager with the industry and catch up, and it's clear that they're still very positive about New Zealand. And we're proposing that we fund this 1 year through the reserves to even it out, in the years 2 and 3. We're suggesting here that there could be a return to the more normal level, which was 100 cruise ships a year. That the 130 that we had booked this season was a blip. And remembering that these often are booked 18 months in advance. So what we're seeing now is people booking other cruise ships, other countries, but they're quite confident that New Zealand's still a popular destination for those who genuinely want to go. So we're forecasting out here the numbers in front of you on this table. Forecast return on investment. I know this has been a discussion previously as we finalised the consultation document. 5.5% total managed funds long term. We have been forecasting. We had 3% in the consultation document. We've moved that to 3.5%. And we've put 2% share into unrealised funds in the budget. Unrealised funds will add to our reserve balances, inflation proofing, but we're not using that unrealised income to reduce rates. And inflation, the largest impact on our income and our expenditure. The original cost inflation, as you can see there, has been reduced down in years 1 and 2 particularly. The many and varied forecasters on inflation are suggesting it could be CPI inflation, I'd like to clarify, could be 2.5% by the end of the year. At the same time, as others are suggesting that that isn't actually going to occur. Now, we have taken a conservative approach and said that the financial year for us starts in a few weeks. We're not at 2.5%, and that we've averaged, our first year's inflation year is an average across our calendar, our financial year. Falling down into line then with the Bureau forecast. There have been some expenditure adjustments recommended. Those are noted in page 13 here. The flood protection maintenance work completed in year 1 has been reduced by 350,000 and spread out over a longer period, absorbing, as it says here. Now we've absorbed some of the costs into the business. 350,000 is 50 more than anything, the startup in year 1. The year 2 budget is as forecast, and currently year 3 budget still has that quite significant lift in it as projected in the infrastructure strategy. There were other minor changes, I call them minor. You'll see that there's been some depreciation changes. If you were to look at the financial documents, we've reviewed funding depreciation in year 1, particularly looking at again the timing of infrastructure and the completion of our projects. And there was another several small adjustments to projects that were coming to an end in timing wise. So we've managed to reduce the budget, as you can see there, by quite some substantial amount. If we look at page 25, total expenditure year 1, and the right-hand columns here were the original financial forecast put out in the ITP. Those 3 right-hand columns, 23, 11 and 13% rate increases. The total expenditure has moved from a proposed 52.668 million to 50.993. There has been a reduction in income, of course, because we just noted that marine fee is down. The net change in rates as a result of reduction in expenditure and the use of reserves is $2.469 million in year one, 1.3 in year two, and 1.2 in year three.
That's the total you said last month. That should have brackets around them,
Yes.
they're actually should be deficits rather than.
Thank you, councillor, and yes, the 764 year one adjustment or surplus deficit for year one on the left-hand column is missing some brackets, so that is a deficit. We've moved from having a surplus of 577 in year one to having a deficit of 764 in year one. And while we've reduced the expenditure by 1.8 million, we have reduced the rates by more, hence the deficit.
Sorry, Mr. Chairman, is that a deficit in future years as well?
No,
Just that year?
no, councillor, just the first year, thank you. Back to page 13. Use of reserves, as highlighted in my summary, and noted here for you. We are proposing to use leasehold reserves in year 1 and 2 to fund specifically the flood bank repairs. Proposing to use accumulated surpluses to fund their activities in years 1 and 2. And then we have table 2, which is a summation of all of those changes. Page 15, we have a summary table noting percentages. So the proposed document had a rate increase in its percentage in year 1 of 23%, followed by 11 and 13. The amended budgets are showing increases of 13.5, 15.8 and 14. Now that is an anomaly of mathematics. And I'd like to take you back to page 25, please. If we look at the rates revenue line, starting from the left-hand column, year 1, the amended budget would see rates of 29.12 million, followed by 33.7 and then 38.4. Each of these is materially less than the proposal. If we look across, it would have been 31.59, 35 and 39. And I say that because when you look at the percentages, they look like they might be going up in year 2 because the percentage is higher. The total rate take in year 2 is proposed to be less than it was in the consultation document. The reason the percentage is higher is because it's a mathematical impact. We've lowered year 1 by quite a significant amount. Therefore, the difference between year 1 and year 2 is now higher.
Yeah, I get that.
You get it? Not everybody does. It's a trick thing with percentages, and that's why I don't like percentages. They do distort things. We are not proposing to rate more in year 2. We're going to rate less. And in fact, over 2 years, we'll be rating $4 million less. But when we insist on using percentages as a comparison, we get these rare anomalies. Page 15 talks about details our capital works investment program for years 1 and 2. It's laying out there for councillors again the detail of that proposal to fund that work from our own from debt.
Paul, you indicated you had a question before?
Yes, regarding the cruise ships and the decrease in the numbers coming. You know, we heard from so many submitters about the economic climate at the moment and affordability. Do you believe part of that is also applying to cruise ships coming, finding it less profitable to travel? Their business model is that they're getting less tickets sold. That the likelihood, we're looking at the world is suffering at the moment, not just New Zealand or Southland.
I couldn't speculate on that. There were many reasons given. There's definite competition from other parts of the world now for cruise travellers. And even yesterday I was sent an article to suggest that winter travelling in the Northern Hemisphere on cruise ships has now been promoted, which was we were the off-season. There's many varied things, and definitely that will obviously impact economics as well. We will see in probably 18 months because, as I say, the bookings are 1 to 2 years ahead.
Okay. Well, it makes it difficult to budget, obviously.
It makes it very difficult.
Just the same with ratepayers.
It makes it very difficult to budget.
I've got a question, Tony. I see we're still talking 5% for funding the costs associated with the figures you were giving us earlier. I'm assuming that 5% is probably high to service the debt. So that's probably, it's just below the box on page 15 where you're talking 4% increase general services, 5% for funding costs associated with climate resilience projects.
Oh, the one that's below, yeah, thank you. No, the 5%, that cost here is $1.2 million. And it has come back actually a little, a fraction, a smidgen, as we reduced interest, but it's still the current expectation. So that's after these budget adjustments.
And the other question I've got is with the delays in getting resource consents and the lack of Kanoa funding for the 3 projects we have, there's likely to be some delays there too. Are we looking at those in actuals for the first couple of years for the flood resilience? It's
have to ask somebody else to answer that. Just to imagine.
Might be a question for Randall. Is Randall online?
So are you asking if we've incorporated the Kanoa bid money?
Well, my understanding is that those first 3 projects aren't Kanoa funded at the moment, unless it's some surplus that we're allowed from other projects. So they would be totally debt funded with no government. That's correct.
Yeah, so the projects that are in the LTP and proposal are not the projects that have been sent to government as part of the Deluge 2.0. Those are additional projects.
Alistair, you
just, Tony, it's through you, Chief. I'm pretty thick, I understand what sheep and beef and things like that are, but when it comes to cruise ships, I have a lot of difficulty. So how did you work out the projected income of 2.68 million in year 2?
We went back to the schedule, so we have very detailed booking schedules that we work with. We went back to what an average 100 cruise ships would be. We basically said, and we did ask this of the industry when they're online, where do you see this sitting? And they said you will receive no more than 100 cruise ships in the future. That's their projection. That has been our historical average. So, but the forward season is lower, so we said, okay, let's look a little bit optimistic. Let's assume that we can go back to 100. That would be what it would be.
So you didn't base it on. So you didn't base it on what we received this current year divided by the number of ships. So the dollar value we received this current year.
It is on an average. Yeah.
So that works out at what, about 23,000. But if you go 100 for 25, 26, that's 26,800, which is a big difference.
I'd have to look at the schedule again, but we were using the actual schedules for the last 2 seasons. And there is this huge difference between a large cruise ship and a small cruise ship. So the weighted average is the best we can predict it as.
We'll see in more detail if you want.
we can find more detail for that. Right.
So Chair, that there's a note here that the funding announcement from Whanau appears positive in our direction, but we don't have the details. And at this point, we haven't included them in the amended budget, and we may or may not have them in time to do that. Rates remission policy, we note here that we're not recommending any changes to the policy as put out. That we believe that the policy is sufficient to work with ratepayers during this period. Particularly, there was an option for remission or transition for the rate change policy. And after much discussion, the proposal that we put forward to council is a transition policy versus a bulk remission policy. You know, I need to explain that a little bit more. Looking at the numbers of ratepayers who might have been impacted materially or to their significant disadvantage through the rate change policy, the numbers technically were not massive, but administering that and working and forcing people to come in and ask for remission was not something that we preferred. The recommendation is a transition option where the impact is less serious for them at the beginning and they don't have to request a remission. So we're recommending that the remission policy as it stands is sufficient. There are a number of funding requests as detailed here, commentary. I'm not sure if we want to debate those now.
We've got Peter, Jeremy, and Alistair. Peter.
I've just got a question on the transition. Can that wait till the end of the presentation? Would you rather that? Okay.
Jeremy.
Just in regards to rate remissions, just to be correct, I think is it up to about 45,000? You can get 750. So is this the rates rebate?
No,
this is what we can do.
Yeah, rates remission is our policy.
Yeah.
For, allowing
Okay, just
remission
that
rates.
clarifies that. So just, I suppose it's always good to know that at the end of the day, there is ability for people that are having problems paying in regards to their income. There is the government. We need to, I don't know how many people do we see those numbers?
No,
or that's through
we
to,
don't. And Councillor, a report was sent to me recently by Stephen Halliwell, undertaken by the National Organisation concerned about the same thing. What they're suggesting is only 1/3 of the eligible ratepayers in Otago Southland apply for a rates rebate, which is alarming and quite sad. And I think it's something as a group of councils that we need to keep reminding people or advising people that they could qualify for rates rebate. That it's both cultural, it's a pride-based thing, but sometimes it's just a lack of information.
I think that's a very good point. And a lot of people don't realise that the government pays for that. There's likely to be a remit at local government conference calling for an increase for where it sits because it hasn't moved in relation to inflation. But one or two submissions that the people that didn't end up coming in on the day, and I was thinking, do these people know that they can actually apply for that? And I think that your stats are right. If only 1/3 of people are actually getting it, that's an area for people that are really struggling, and that the publicity I think could help.
Hey, Tanya, through you, Chief. Tanya, I'm reading in here, my haul out facility at has been reduced from 150 to 80,000. Do you believe that we can get a study done for that?
Yes, the general managers believe they can.
So I'm not sure if Paul's on the line.
Yeah.
You are there?
Yeah, thanks, Councillor. We're actually done quite a lot of work on the Bluff Haul-out facility in terms of understanding the best location for that, and ruled out a number of other locations. We are at a stage in the next year where we'll be looking at a feasibility study and some design concepts. So I'm confident that can be done within that budget. So, and hopefully that work can be undertaken pretty quickly in the new financial year.
Thank you, Paul.
Lyndall.
Thanks. Just on that, Paul, would that be a shared cost across TA partners and us, or just us?
So initially the budget that's in front of you is just ours, but that doesn't stop us from having conversations with other partners around contributions as we go forward. So that will be a live and ongoing conversation with council around other partners that want to be involved and included in the whole out facility.
Thank you.
John.
Thanks, Chair. Just wanted to talk Thriving Southland. And I just hope we're looking at it that it is a way of probably us having some savings around staffing for stuff that they can facilitate well outside the regulatory stuff, which seems to be a space we're moving into, and they certainly are an effective partner of council for getting on the ground things established such as wetlands and educating farmers. So yeah, I guess I'm just wanting to support that we do look seriously at how we can fund that, and whether I would suggest possibly land sus biodiversity reserves possibly could be used there for some of that.
We're getting ahead of ourselves a wee bit.
Yeah. So,
Yeah, no, I'll keep my question, because I've got questions about John saying I'll keep that till later.
Chair, that's the end of Appendix 1. There's, you see that we've attached the leasehold reserve policy there, and page 30 we have a list of prospective reserve balances. Perhaps it's worth me going over the reserve balances just to explain the changes. So, $31.4 million is the projected closing balance at the end of year 1 in total, increasing to $51 million in 10 years. Working down the list, reserve area balances, a variety of all our leasehold reserve areas there, Reti, Matara, Ferry Road, and we do have some in Invercargill. That balance would tend to increase quite substantially. The current policy is that the reserve balances accrue into those reserves and they just keep building, and they've built from very little some years ago to 7 million. Within this document, within this proposal, there are two changes. Well, one a change to the CD and one that was within the consultation document. So just reminding you that we proposed within the consultation document that $450,000 every year of that earned surplus from the land be used to fund infrastructure. There were no proposed uses of reserve balances in the consultation document. Subsequent, and in this proposal you have in front of you, we're proposing to take $750,000 out in the first 2 years of the leasehold reserves themselves to fund those flood maintenance, early flood maintenance repairs that we wish to do. Other than that, Chair, there's no other, there is one in year 1. We're also proposing to fund a scoping study called Leading on Our Land, and a combined wetland study for our own properties. So those are the adjustments to the leasehold reserve balances. Other than that, the accumulation there you see is the surpluses from the land, activities on the land. River and drainage district reserves are their operating balances across 17 schemes. They're not proposed to change much at all. They don't increase by interest, they're not inflated, but they are there to support work programs where there are significant fluctuations in work. For example, the Aparima this year had a lot of extra money spent as a result of the flood. So these balances allow that to occur without having to draw on the general funds or rate plan. Targeted reserves for biosecurity and land sustainability, I mentioned in my summary, have accrued over a period of time. It doesn't say this in my heading here, but there's also the gravel accumulated surplus here of 255,000. The gravel accumulated surplus is replenished each year from the gravel income, and it's used to fund activities around gravel management, science, support, survey work, and all the things that we need to do, and monitoring of the gravel activities. So if you like, the biosecurity and land sus is effectively 2.5 million at the end of year one. So at the end of year one, we are proposing that we would have reduced that by 400,000 and another 200,000 by year two. There are no other changes proposed until council is advised that they might want to change it. Disaster reserves sit at 9.74 million, supporting each of the schemes. There is actually an old policy at council noting how much each scheme should have in a disaster reserve and what it should carry in its operating surplus. That hasn't been revised in many, many years, but those balances are increasing by the earned income or inflation, interest on balances. Asset reserves, there's a list of asset reserves there from vehicles, plant and equipment, buildings, and infrastructure. This amount represents the depreciation that's put aside to replace these assets over time. We will see, for the first time in the history of this council, a significant increase in asset balances as we start accruing depreciation on some larger assets. Coastal reserves, or coastal rental reserve, 554,000 at the end of year one. The coastal rental reserve income is earned from what we call coastal occupation charges, which are charges that we set as part of the coastal plan for those who occupy the foreshore. We are earning just under 100,000, 110,000 a year from that. The policy allows us to spend money on projects that benefit the coastal marine area. One of those projects is a boat ramp or a haul-out facility or equivalent. We're not proposing to change that. It's what I'm saying, it's a double negative. We're proposing to leave the amount there accruing until we have an understanding of what the haul-out facility might cost us, what our contribution might need to be. We may need to contribute 100,000 a year, not sure until we scope that up. If that turns out to be not the case, if we don't need money for that haul-out facility, then that 100,000 is available. 550,000 is available for other projects that qualify under their policy. The marine fee reserve, as we've discussed earlier, the proposal was to reduce it from an opening balance. So during this year, we expect to have 1.8 million in that reserve. We will need to use 700,000 of it in year one. That will take us down to 1.1 million, and a very, very small climb out. And as inflation increases our costs greater than the potential increase in marine fee, you might see that we're going to end up remain at about 1 million. As Councillor Evans has pointed out, it's very hard to project what is happening there. The general reserves currently zero. Our early discussions on financial resilience, we agreed to we recommended that as part of the proposal, the council start building reserves of 500,000 a year. These are reserves available to support activities of council or emergencies of council that are not covered by the other targeted reserves. The aim for this was to have a general reserve fund available that could could support 3 to 4 months of operating expenditure if required in the future. Council has various insurances to cover disaster costs, but doesn't cover the actual cost of operating. We have an insurance that covers additional costs, but not, for example, staff costs or the other costs of council. So that is for council to debate, with the recommendation that we start to move towards a little bit more financial resilience there, having reserves that are available to council.
Right, I have John, Jeremy, myself and Alistair. John.
Thank you, Chair. So my question is probably more around the policy of reserves. We have a reasonably outdated policy, is my understanding, and we're looking at some recommendations for the LTP. I guess what I'm looking at is that data policy gives us a bit of flexibility to deal with the current budget. Do we have to adopt recommendations for policy on reserves in the LTP, or can that be pushed back to the annual plan so we've got time to deal with that once we're out of the workload of this LTP?
I believe the LTP, the reserves policy is a non-statutory policy. We don't have to adopt it in the LTP. Thank you very much.
Jeremy.
Yeah, just in regards to lease land reserve, we do have a policy. We can use it any time in consultation. The surpluses, so there's 7 million there we can bring in at any, if we feel the need to. And I suppose that's a question that we're actually still just using the surpluses on what the land's producing. We're actually not properly utilising what's sitting in the bank now. So I'd be challenging saying, why aren't we? We could be doing a bit more there. Against capital project or just maintenance up those river corridors. The targeted reserves, the biosecurity and land sus, the question is we're on, I think, what suggestion of 400 or whatever management have indicated putting into. I still question they were targeted rates for specific jobs within those two areas. And the question is, why aren't we using more of that in the next few years? I know there's indication maybe the biosecurity we might want to have if there's a version, or that may be good to have a wee bit of a slush fund there, but the reality is there's still quite a bit of money there that should be going against the jobs in those two areas. And I'd like to see the budgets if they putting that in, but I'd challenge the lease land area. I mean, we've got an opportunity. We can help ease the pain of the community if we can use a bit more of that going up those areas. That's what it's there for. We've sort of designed a policy to do that. So, yeah, I think that's I'll just put those two things out there at the stage.
Right, yeah, following on that, I think the suggestions here are quite conservative, but actually the governments can decide to be a bit less conservative. The lease land, I think we do need to have that discussion. The other two, the amount at the moment, I think is a wee bit conservative. And the other question we've got to ask at this stage is, do we need to be putting the equivalent of 2% away, $500,000 a year to build another reserve? I mean, it's long term, yes, that's a good idea, but this is, you know, the talk is we need money for a rainy day. Somebody has told us it's already raining. So there are areas there that we can look at. I've got Alistair, Robert, then Peter. Alistair.
Through you, Chair, I guess I'm the first time caller, and probably don't understand some of this stuff, but I have trouble seeing that we increase our reserves by somewhere around about 20 million and we borrow somewhere around about 55.5 million. It doesn't seem right. So, you know, and John over there suggested about looking at the policies. I think we need to do that really quickly because we're taking this off our constituents and placing it into a bank account. Now, I would probably sort of understand what depreciation is. If anything's needed to be replaced there, it should be used, but it's grown from, as I read it, 5.5 through to 17.651. And it seems to go in and not come out.
And normally we go in and out, councillor. Sorry, Chair, we normally go in and out for plant and vehicles, short-term assets. The longer-term assets are going in here and occurring. Now, we do have potential to consider this. Other councils are really struggling with funding depreciation and have chosen not to fund depreciation 100%. our local city council is one of them, as many, where they've consciously decided to fund less depreciation. While they say they might catch up, it is incredibly difficult to catch up. We could choose to reduce the depreciation amount if that's what the council is wanting. Back to the bigger question, I could perhaps suggest most households would have both a mortgage and a KiwiSaver and an emergency account, hopefully. May not have an emergency account these days. There's definite benefit in having an accounting system that tells you what you need for the future and that you have reserves set aside. The degree of the reserves we can debate. We are expected to have reserves. Now, in the past, councils like our local Southern District Council would borrow from their own reserves rather than have debt. The Otago Regional Council is exactly the same. They have internal debt rather than external debt. What happened in those circumstances is over time, when you needed to use the reserves, it wasn't there because it had been used for something else. Both those councils have turned around and moved to external debt to fund what they need to pay off over a long period of time, which is intergenerational spread of costs. And then they've got their reserves separate for the purpose of those reserves. Just advising council as to what is normal, what is prudent. But the extent of them is totally your choice. But I would not recommend having no reserves.
Agreed, but the level of 151 million is quite high.
It certainly is.
Yeah, but that's just my comment.
Yeah, agreed. We can revisit the asset evaluate. I would encourage us to revisit the asset depreciation if that's what you would like.
Yes.
The depreciation, the leasehold surplus reserve, the policy there does have some notes. Submitters were particularly concerned that the reserves in their area be used in their area. It is actually written into the policy as a recommendation. The other part of the policy says that it wouldn't normally be reserved, that leasehold reserves would not normally be used for regular maintenance, that would be normally rated for. We've recommended the use of some reserves because this is not normal maintenance. This is deferred maintenance we're suggesting that we use it for.
Robert, Peter, and then Jeremy. Robert.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. The idea that deferred maintenance isn't maintenance is an interesting one. My question is about those reserves, the leased land reserves, and you mentioned the project letting on the land. Is that up for grabs? I mean, is that how secure is that project? I don't know if I'm asking you the right person.
So for you, Chair, we are actually intending to go through our organisational work program, which includes the likes of that particular project program as part of the process today. I don't know if you'd like to do that shortly or come back to it later. What we had proposed is that you maybe confirm the forecasting assumption changes that are outlined in Table 1 before confirming the budget adjustments in Table 2 before going into a more general discussion around expenditure, which would include a look at that organisational work program.
Okay.
So we can come back and talk through all the different elements that are sitting there at the moment. It is a line item in the organisational work program at the moment.
Peter.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. I just want to support the discussion that we've just had around general reserves. I think when we're talking about what we're proposing, moving capital value, and it might be a transition, it may not, but that is a transformational change. And I think this discussion is the right one to be having right now. And I do support what John said earlier on, that maybe we make some changes now, but then we sort of reflect going through the annual plan, how we're going to better that. Basically, people through those submissions, they can talk to us about it. People are using their own reserves in their own households now, and we probably need to better reflect that in our policy, the general policy there. So support the discussion that's happening here now.
Thanks, Peter. Jeremy.
Just going back, just to clarify, the other thing that we have, the reserves, we talk about the rainy day. it's important to note that in the past, we haven't had the ability to local government funding. So we've got another form of, if there's a disaster, we can borrow money to fix that problem. In the past, it was, hey, we've got the reserves, we can do it. So we're actually doubling up. From my perspective, I think we're doubling up or costing the community twice. We've got two sources of income. And so we actually need to change our views on, if we need 5 million, 10 million for the flood, we can borrow that money. It's a cost to the community, but we can get the funds instead of having 10 million sitting in a reserve for that rainy day. Whereas it's not, you think it's great for us saying we've got it in a reserve, but it's cost the community. It might be costing people 10 or 12 interest to have their share sitting in a reserve here. We might be, if a farmer or someone in commercial is writing a check out to keep these reserves here or paying their rates, it will be costing them an interest if they have overdrafts and going into their savings. So you've got to look at this a wee bit differently. And we've got the ability, I don't know how much, it used to be 50 million we can borrow or thereabout when local government funding when we signed up. So we're sort of covered for those rainy days, and we need, I believe, so we need to change things. And yeah, there's obviously another around the asset reserves, around depreciation, and I've done a wee bit of investigative work on some of the reserves, and I know there's a bit accountancy involved in here, but I've mentioned about the vehicle renewal reserves. There seems to be a figure there that it doesn't seem to go below, and if we're transitioning maybe less vehicles, that there could be, I think I noticed it didn't go under 400,000 in the last 5-6 years, and you go, why? There could be a bit there that we don't need to be depreciating as fast, or we can use it for a year and replacements without taking it out of the community, just to bring those. There's just little tweaks like that could make a hell of a difference. So just challenge it. We probably need to have a good session in the future in regards to assessing what we do have in the reserves.
Lyndall and myself.
Thank you, Chairman. Just on those lease land and within the policy, thank you for including it. So the lease land reserves are there primarily to cover what insurance does not cover. Have I got that right? Well, that's what I'm looking at.
No, I'm just saying it's generally the profits of the land she's got.
27. So, but can I finish my question?
Yeah.
Thanks.
Carry on, Lyndall.
Thank you. So what I'm asking actually is what consideration of the insurance costs that are impacting our ratepayers and us have been given to the minimum holdings of the reserves and the impact that our insurance costs, rising insurance costs, are going to have.
Councillor, you're asking specifically about the leasehold.
Well, yes, because that's what I've got in front of me, and I'm referring to Councillor McPhail's questions there.
So Councillor McPhail and others in the property working party went through and determined what they believed was the minimum amount we needed to hold in the leasehold reserve.
Yep.
That would reinstate. Now, that's probably changed a little, but maybe not a lot. That would reinstate property damage in a severe flood.
Yep.
And I believe it was 2.4 million or thereabouts.
Somewhere around there.
7 million. The ability to, what else you would use the reserve for is not being determined by council. Is there a better use of the reserves rather than sitting here? There were other discussions during council workshops on whether in fact the money could have been used to develop wetlands or forestry or other things on those lands as a result of the scoping study completing on their land. So it's for the councillors to determine the strategic direction of the use of those reserves.
It's not really what I'm asking, but maybe I'll.
We've covered the. If you're asking, does the 750,000 we're suggesting we're taking out impact sustainability of the reserve doesn't.
Perhaps I can help a little bit, Lyndall. The
And the insurance, we're fully insured.
Costs of the insurance.
So initially, this land was bought because it was too expensive to protect. Government on average paid 70% of the costs, and the local areas paid off 30% over a number of years. So the money that accrues is the rentals off that lease land. And that is one of the reasons we do need to have a real look at our reserves policy. 2018 was about 4.5 million, predicted to go to 8 million. We're heading steadily there at the moment. So at the moment, there's the cost of maintaining the properties or anything else, and the surplus is going into the reserves. There's a certain amount of ownership within those communities, but actually we need to sit down and have a conversation. It's one of the difficulties we've got with reserves. We had spitters come in here and said, oh, you've got all this money. Most of it's tagged to various things, and we do need more flexibility. That's one of the conversations we've had going through. So I think that's a legitimate conversation. Obviously, if it was money out of Mataura, you would talk to that catchment group. And I think in most cases, they would say, look, we agree, it should be spent.
It's not. I think the council's
Can I
asking
just-
a different question.
Right.
Can I just clarify, where do the premiums for the insurance get paid from?
From the surpluses,
From,
the lease land surpluses.
for the river flood banks? No, I thought it was through the
For
catchment.
their own, the lease
I'm talking about the lease,
Lease
the
properties pay
whole
their
river
own
systems, the flood banks.
insurances. So I'm trying to clarify the question for
Yeah.
council. The properties themselves, the lease properties pay their own insurance. That's part of the process. And so
Have we answered?
What are the flood banks?
the flood
What are
banks-
the flood banks
flood banks
for the rest of the province? Where do they premiums for there get paid out?
through the individual rating catchments.
Rating catchments through the budgets for the,
So not from.
yes. That's what you're
We'll
after.
go back to Lyndall.
I just want to know if the increasing cost of insurance has been factored into the figures that you are giving us.
Yes.
Was.
The coastal rental reserve goes from 500,000 to 1 million in about 5 years and then keeps on going up. What is the coastal rentals reserve and why does it need to go up by so much?
It's a reserve for the funds that we charge through the coastal plan occupation. Those fees for occupying the coastal marine area as part of our coastal plan. It's $100,000 a year, give or take, increasing by CPI each year. The amount that we receive from that charge has to be used in the coastal marine area, naturally, for the benefit of the coastal marine area. There's a limited number of projects that we could use. We've identified that the bluff fallout facility would be a very worthwhile course. And given that we haven't got a full scoping study on what that might cost council, we simply assumed that the money would be retained until we know more, and perhaps in the next LTP, we'll be able to determine what that cost, well, hopefully by then we'll have determined the cost of that project. If that project doesn't go ahead or we don't need to fund it, we can redivert that income to other activities within the coastal marine area.
Mainly for the bluff fallout, which is the reason why it's increasing so much.
Well, we've suggested that we continue to accrue it until we know the cost of the bluff fallout facility.
Jeremy, then Peter.
Just in regards to the coastal, can that be used for planning on the coastal?
I have to review the conditions of it. It's quite specific what you can use it for.
Peter.
We can review the council.
Just, Mr. Chairman, to confirm, I was looking at the clock up there and I'm looking at our itinerary that was provided. Are we into general questions now? After lunch is,
I suspect we're only, there's another segment that Tanya and down to reserve use that we.
yes, I know.
Oh,
that.
God.
But I'm looking at this and I just want to know what section we're in, because I've got some accumulating questions, I'm sure you do, that probably aren't regarding this topic. So I just want to know where we're at.
Through you, Chair, we're still in the proposed budget change section. That's scheduled to work through right till lunchtime and then continue after lunch as needed. The proposed rating changes are after lunch, as the timing for that one. But what we do need to do is go back to tables 1 and 2 and confirm whether you're comfortable with those changes and what further amendments you might want to see through going through the work program and discussing the different areas of our expenditure.
Thank you.
Right, want to continue as a little bit to go there.
I believe I completed the presentation of appendix 1.
Chair, would it be helpful if we went through tables 1 and 2 now and then come to the organisational work program, or would councillors like to come to that first?
Let's go with it, I think.
So page 12 of your agenda, table 1 contains the revised forecasting assumptions. So Tanya has taken us through these in some detail, and it's really just confirming at this stage in the proceedings you support the changes there or any adjustments you would like to see made in that table.
Can I?
Yep, go Jeremy.
I'd certainly like to see the biosecurity and land sustainable utilised a lot better, more in the next 3 years. In regards to the table, your adjustments there where you've got 200 and 200 and 100 and 100 next couple of years. I don't think is that the page we're looking at? Page 14,
That's
sorry.
table 2 on
Okay,
page 14. We'll start with table 1 on page 12 of this.
Okay, all good. So it's just
So
agreeing
briefly,
to
we're
the assumptions.
Forecast return on investments excluding Southport.
We're presuming that Southport's current dividend level will continue.
That's unknown at the stage of it.
What's the assumption, mate?
Assumption is that it continues. Through you, Chair, there's no assumption of an increase.
Pages 12 and 13, table
1. So anything for feedback on page 12? On the following place to 13.
Just happy. Yeah, that's good to see. I think the investments did indicate that it's up 0.5%, so it makes a bit of a change. It's good.
Anything further up on those 2 pages? Alistair.
I'm scared of our marine, our marine fleet there. And I've worked it out that if we had 80 ships come in at 23,000, the thing's 1.89. Well, that moves $1 million, not quite $1 million in next year's thing. So are we better to go in under? In other words, be conservative rather than sort of going in making things look good.
It's a decision we have to make jointly as to what the future could be and what the impact is, the risk. I'll leave that to the councillors. We had no more educated guess, I'm afraid, in the information we were given that we could be seeing a return to normal, but equally, I would say it may not return.
Morris.
Well, I agree, it's highly uncertain what's going to happen there. We can't predict what's going to happen in the rest of the world, so I think the assumptions are fine. But one question I have is that, is there an opportunity for us to increase the fee on a per ship basis. So you can believe when we had a workshop once that for a large ship, 5,000 passengers, that people are only paying about $14 per person to come into Fiordland. So I wonder if there's an opportunity in the future for us to look at that.
I'll ask Wilma to respond to
Yeah,
that.
so councillors, the deed of agreement enables us to actually negotiate the fee every couple of years, which is next year. Also, the lift in the CPI happens every other year as well. So there is that. The second thing is I think we'll get a better sense in the next 12 months about the direction of matters in relation to cruise. There are two issues, one of which is the repositioning of ships from the Northern Hemisphere at the moment as a result of the Red Sea being an issue. And also the Panama Canal, where Panama's had a drought, and what can go through the Panama Canal. Although I just noticed 2 days ago they've increased the depth as a result of some rain, but at present cruise ships cannot go through the Panama Canal either. So there are the large ones can't. So there are issues there which are geopolitical, climate related. So Tanya's right that these things fluctuate. The issue about whether or not we can charge more, yes, we can and negotiate to charge more. But we also are looking at the broader policy of vessels of smaller sizes in the Fiordland marine area as well. And there are matters in the coastal plan that we'll be discussing in relation to the potential for charging across the board. So there are ways for us to actually look at this funding and to consider other funding options for us.
Nothing further on pages 12 and 13. If not, we'll go to 14.
Through Chair, the first few rows on this table really dealt with table 1 and the forecasting assumptions. The changes in income in that table relate to the assumptions that you've just confirmed. Similarly, so that's the marine fee and the portfolio income. Similarly, in terms of expenditure adjustments, the inflation changes you can see there relate to that earlier table as well. So what is different is the reduction in proposed new operating expenditure. So that's the proposed flood protection and operating expenditures, some other changes in expenditure, and a decrease in interest costs. So those are what we are proposing is adjustments, and there may be further ones you want to make having reviewed the RIP program, but just noting those are expenditure adjustments. And then the last part of the table are proposed reserve use, and there's already been quite a bit of discussion on that. You may well want to make some changes in here in terms of how we've phased the different reserve use and in terms of the amount.
Well, going back to Jeremy's comment about the proposed 600,000 over the next couple of years out of biosecurity and sustainability, I would suggest that reserve's got about 2.6 or something in it at the moment. Not suggesting we spend a lot, but the principle that it was raised for a specific purpose, and during COVID, etc., we had it brought up. I think, and you want to taper it down going forward. So I would suggest that we might go to $1 million over 3 years. So the 200 first year is fine. You might put 200 for the second year, dropping to 100 in the third year. We've still got a significant amount that's left for some of the discussions we'll have later. Excuse me. Any further comments on page 14?
Right. I mean, I'd be pushing it a bit harder than that, but the other one is the least land reserves, and I mean this money in this area hasn't actually adjusted it's not actually taking down what we haven't really. It's still been growing, I think, even at that. I think by the figures you've given us, so there's still potential there to be doing works through funded by the lease land, deferred maintenance, or however you want to word it. There's opportunities there that can probably, we can just do more. And the biosecurity, I'll challenge you. Why are we hanging the land sustainable reserves. Want to be so protective that was rated for work done in that. We may have an option of thriving for the area recommendation, maybe that needs to be looked at through that. May fit into those criteria, but again, I'll just say it's been rated for those jobs and it should be should be spent in there.
I would support Jeremy on that too, that could be beefed up over the 3 years. Any further comments on that issue or that page?
I'll give a question perhaps, Chair, as to what level of additional expenditure that you would be comfortable taking out of those reserves at this stage?
And I'm thinking probably the first year is all right, because when you talk about the consent process, I'm thinking more years 2 and 3 actually, increasing that. And we've got, you know, the amount of money we've got there, you could easily put 500,000 into those second couple of years. And you've got, you know, the sort of surpluses in the and really, I would have thought this is what they were designed for. Actually, is, you know, maintaining the fund banks, etc. There's also all other uses as well. We'll talk about valuing these lands, but it's a substantial amount of money that is increasing year on year, and I think we can have some justification after what we've heard from submitters, be a wee bit more less conservative in that area going forward for the first 3 years. Tanya.
I'd just like some direction, Chair, if I could, from the council. I've written down here what you said for biosecurity and land sites being 200, 100, 200, 100. I've noted here lease areas could also go year 2, 200, then 100, 150, then 75. What we've got here is 2, 4, 5, 6, 7, 9. Those adjustments would be another $1 million of reserve funded usage over 2 years. Is that what council is suggesting? I'm suggesting that we tailor through years 2 and 3 to those reserves we're talking about.
Can I just clarify, you say $1 million?
So
spread across 2 years or $1 million?
Across 2 years.
Specifically, can you just clarify which
The
reserves?
chair had said biosecurity year 2 change it from 100 to 200, and year 3 add 100.
That's up to $1 million. Yep.
And the same for land size.
Yeah.
I'm asking, in year 2 of Arete, would we change that to 200 from 150 and put 100 into year 3? And for Matara, would we change that from 100 to 150 and then 75 in year 3? So again, bringing some forward more into year 2, but tailing it into year 3.
When we look at the lease there, and I'll talk about this just in regards, I know there is an offset that we get a return off this money sitting in the portfolio too. So there is a cost to the income, but it's pretty minor if it's only 3.5% or 5% in regards to what we're trying to do here. I mean, we're sitting with $7 million with looking at budgets that it's not reducing. And I'm sort of struggling. I said, there's plenty of work. We talked about priority 5 and 4 and 5 work. We've got some indications, costs that Randall's brought back to us. I still think we're only scratching the surface and using that money. This is the time. Yeah, personally, we're talking about resilience and we're saying, and we're sort of, we don't want to let go of this money. It can be getting used to the benefit of our community. That's all I'm just sort of trying to.
My suggestion to council is that you might want to consider at what stage you consult on the decision that needs to be very.
I think you'll find that if it's work being done on the river, there won't be too much problem. They do, and it either can get us more work done, and I mean more so. I'm more focused on this rather than necessarily putting all this capital stuff, capex. I just want to make sure the banks we have here are actually up to speed very quickly. You know, there's an overall.
Through you, Chair, I'm simply asking for direction, and it's up to council to debate.
Well, I've got myself at the bottom of it. I've got Morris being called. Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Well, I assume, Tanya, that the drawdowns on the reserves, you calculated these carefully to balance things out, like Julia talks about the revenue, the money from the investment fund, and that this represents a sensible way forward. I'm a little bit concerned that if we come up with some other numbers, which sound a little bit random to me, that might have a unforeseen impact, and that I want to be assured that the numbers you've got there on that table, on table 2, on table 14, which lead on to the rates, average total rates increase at the table on the next page, have been arrived at by a rational process that protects our reserves, enables a reasonable rate increase, and ensures that it's been done carefully, rationally, and objectively, which I'm sure it has been. So, I just ask other councillors to be wary of coming up with other numbers that might have unintended consequences.
Thanks, Morris. We've got Paul.
Thank you. I sorry, misunderstanding or not, but we're being presented with 4 options currently at the moment. And, we're going through deliberations. It doesn't mean none of the options we decide on, and we don't start throwing figures around now to sort of implement. It just seems like we're getting to the point where we're starting to decide on things, and my thought would be that we may not decide on any of the 4 options. We may have a 5th option, and I thought that's what deliberations were for, not to sit down with this document and start saying, right, we're going to find 100 here, 200 here, 300 here to fit in with one of those 4 options. Because that's not deliberations, that's sort of just moving through the process. And I don't believe that's where we should be heading just at the moment. I think deliberations will continue. This is the first step. Am I wrong?
I think the point is, Paul, we're giving direction on some funding options, which will then make those discussions, the deliberations, a lot easier. So if we say, look, we just stick with the status quo, what's been put on the page, that's a little bit restricting. A lot of people asked for a reserves conversation, which we're having at the moment. I've got Eric and
sorry,
John.
just going back to that though, sorry. We're being presented with 4 options after submissions, being presented by the Chief Financial Officer that we can work on. What I'm saying is we shouldn't be stating or shouldn't be thinking that they are the options we're going to work with. We are the council. We're elected here by our constituents. Through the submissions process, they've given us a good, clear guidelines and ideas on what they require, and I believe we need robust discussion and deliberation about that, not just stick with the 4 options and decide.
Would you like to?
To the options, I believe, talking about councillor relate to the changes to rating, and so we've got a session after lunch. What staff are seeking at the moment is some initial direction around budget adjustments, and we'll come back to the rating options after lunch for you to have deliberations on those, and at the end of the day we'd then come back to the recommendations for you to give some final direction, and it may be that you wish to wait until Monday to give those final recommendations, but some initial guidance and direction at this point is what we're seeking on the budget adjustments rather than the rating options.
I don't think with the initial guidance on the 4 options, that's what you're saying. We can't be focused specifically on the 4 options you come back with. We need to look at it in all things. That's what deliberations are about. So we can give you some indications, but that just seems to be leading down the decision line, and that's not where we need to be heading.
Look, we'll go for it this afternoon, but Tanya might give some clarification.
The councillors that we're looking for some guidance here on proposing that we come back, if we were to plug in some more numbers into our model, we can come back to the council. What does that look like in terms of total rate change and reserve usage extrapolated against the 10 years? We're happy to do that, and I think this is part of the iteration process that we need to work through.
Well, effectively, if I brought up an option, it wouldn't have gone just after lunch to recommend to me and take it on.
Look, I think we'll move on. We've got a few people waiting. We've got Eric.
Yeah, look, I just got no feel for where we're going, following over to Councillor Morris. And I'm saying to myself, well, should we be keeping more reserves for when the disaster comes, or should we be spending what we've got now to prevent the disaster? And how do we actually make that decision? Are there some modelling out there that we can draw down what other councils are doing? How much should we hold, and where should we go with this? I'm just at a loss to know where to stick the pin in. Can you help me?
What I can offer councillor is that we make a decision on year one. And so it's suggested over here that reserve usage for years 2 onwards can be revisited in the annual plan. That we need to give some guidance to the future, but we're not making a permanent decision here. We are looking, as you suggested very rightly, what do you invest? It is a choice between the two. That's a political answer, isn't it? But year one is the decision we need to make for the rates.
John.
Yeah, probably just clarity to Councillor Rodway's question, I suppose. This, the prospective reserve balance table is done after the drawdown of those reserves. So that would indicate it's that rather, we're considering growing at $1 to $2 million a year. It was totally, I know there's a lot of shuffling outside that, would indicate this is a pretty conservative approach around the use of our reserves.
Well, the original direction from council at the beginning of this process was we weren't going to use any reserves this year for this LTP. So it's not for staff to change that direction. We're just suggesting that after hearing submissions that you may wish to consider using it, and we're proposing this amount. We're happy to model other changes.
So can I just seek some comment at this point?
Yeah, okay.
So, councillors, and Jeremy, I really, in particular, I'm hearing your commentary on this, and I think there is no staff are completely receptive to exactly what you're proposing. The question, Tanya, would be to provide also a sense of prudent advice consistent with Councillor Roy's commentary, which is if you were to use these reserves, and you've made some comments about the asset reserve, but also about the lease land reserve, what from your perspective would be a prudent use of that, so that we're not spending so much out of reserves that we hit a fiscal cliff in 3 years, in which we can't continue to actually fund our work program without another major rates hike. So if there's definitely a prudent place in here, but I think that to the councillors' conversation of this direction, that it's more than we are currently looking at, then we should consider what that might look like and what the appetite for council is in relation to that. But I think that also comes with some advice from yourself.
Right. We've got Alistair, Jeremy, Peter, then myself. Alistair.
Through you, Chair, I'd just really like to back up what Jeremy's saying, and we've got to use these reserves because we're getting a piddly 6.75, I think it is, on the investments that we've got. And all I've heard is that stock banks working effectively are 100 return. So let's get into it. Let's make it happen and go forward, because we don't know what's going to go down in the future. And what I'm going to suggest, and everybody can knock me down, is our leased land reserve goes in by half and our asset reserve goes down by half. Sorry, Morris.
Peter.
Yeah, I'll just pick up on the comment here. When we started these workshops, I think it was some time ago, wasn't it? Developing this plan, I think it was 15, 16 workshops. Things have moved on in our community, and I guess we had a number of submissions coming in here that really showed us that things have moved on since the development of that. So I'm just picking up on this reserves discussion that it has changed somewhat, hasn't it?
I've got myself, then Paul. Look, we went out to consultations,
Jeremy was after me.
suggesting that we were going to increase our rates over 3 years by 47%. In the meantime, the world's changed, but we've got a government saying do the basics. We've got the Reserve Bank pointing at local government saying, if we're going to contain inflation, you guys have also got to do that. And we're not going to strip out all reserves. That would be irresponsible. But I'll throw in a figure for the leased land of 1.3. Between the two, that's 2.3, which oddly is the same amount we put out for flood resilience. To see where that lands. So that would sort of be $500,000 the first two years and dropping to 300 for the third year.
Between the two catchments, is that what you're suggesting? Yes.
Okay, Paul.
Thank you. What I'd like to know is, considering lacking the reserves or anything else, is can someone come back to me with how much we can take out of operations expenditure to fund future works, and remain status quo with the rates at the same level they are currently, with no capital value change? So can someone come back to me with our current expenditure that we're operating on, how much we need to save in that to keep things exactly where it is and fund future work without looking at reserves? Very simple equation. It's going the other way.
Wilma might like to respond to that.
Thank you.
So, Councillor, are you suggesting that that's a 0% rate increase?
Yep, 0% rate increase, no change to capital value, an operational review to find funds within the current model of the council for any works or future works. And I'm not interested in loans or debt.
Right, so that would be, just for clarification, that the fact that we've got a CPI lift every year on our existing work, you would expect therefore that if we were going to a 0% rate increase, we're actually reducing our levels of service below our existing levels of service in order to.
No, what I'm asking is how much for a reduction in expenditure through council operations is required to keep the rates exactly where they are with no changes to capital value. And then we can look at future works if you wanted to.
You need to reduce levels of service in order to have a 0 rate increase.
That's fine.
I've got Jeremy and then Morris.
Just one number that is important is, I mean, look at these 3 years, it's the 4th year, as we're talking about dropping off the cliff and things like that. And I know I've got the number of increase from proposed budget. I take Tony, you might have it. That's about 8%, I think it's 4th. If we're worried about the reductions, that's what, instead of 5, I think in their long-term plan. So, which is quite important because you know, we've got to work out what these effects have long-term for the rate. I think around the reserves, like I'd love to see a couple million spent from the lease land reserves, but I think it needs to be in conjunction with the programs they put with Randall. And if you're employing more people, I need to understand the works and within the catchment team, if it's developing expansion in there for data collection or the working out for the future, that makes sense. But I mean, it's actually, we need to probably get that feedback. If there was, where can this be allocated to what Randall's work? So whether we can get that on Monday or thereabouts, give us an indication of how much. But you know, if it went down to, even if it went down to 4 million, you know, you know, a few million put in there over the next period associated with work, I don't see, you know, we've still got quite a buffer there. And so I don't think from a point of the property working party, a couple million saying we've had some major flood. 2020 was a major flood in Matara, and it was only tens of millions to fix up the fences and So having a couple million there is actually quite a large amount of money. I'm just pointing that out. So I'm just asking, I said, we actually need the information from Randall, maybe how this could affect his budgets.
Tony, would you like to respond?
Yes, thank you, Chair. I was responding also to Wilma's request earlier about what my advice would be about reserves. I did say that I'm not a person to determine the strategy. The strategy is for yourselves. My advice is that if you wish to use the land sus bio reserves with the balance that we've discussed, our biosecurity manager wishes us to retain always an amount to deal with incursions, that we can. I mean, that is free for the council to decide. Now, the chairman has suggested that we use more than we had proposed. He suggested that we stretch that out over 2 and 3 years. There's also a request for additional funds and a suggestion from the staff that some of those funds be used to potentially fund projects in the future that would support the land sustainability activities in the Thriving South. So there's no financial impact on the council in terms of resilience from using those funds, other than you can't spend it twice. Once you've spent it, you've spent it. And the benefit of reserves is that you do have options. And so we've got the luxury right at the moment of discussing options because we have reserves. If we have no reserves in the future, we have no options. That's all I can say to that, is that, so it's to find the balance in between. Now, you are correct in saying that we earn 3% and fund rates by 3%. So there is a cost. What I'm coming to is that I think we should keep our depreciation reserves. We can revisit them. But we are looking here at year one. What you do with leasehold reserves as a council is actually really a strategic decision. We can take some money out to fund maintenance, but do you want to keep it for things other than maintenance? It seems like a bigger discussion. Not for me to decide. Financially, I'm encouraging you to keep your disaster reserves, your asset reserves, and to build a general reserve. But it's for the council or maybe the community to decide what you do with the leasehold reserves in total.
But not just keep those reserves, but increase them over the long-term plan way.
This is perspective based on our assumptions.
Morris.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm reading a book at the moment by Martin Hawes called Cracking Open the Nest Egg. I don't know if anybody else has seen that, but it's, well, it's a good read. We need to go back to Paul's question and see whether or not it's a reasonable one and whether we all agree that should be a course of action that staff should do, because this is extra work for them. My view is that it is not reasonable to do what you're suggesting, Paul, because we have a whole list of statutory responsibilities that we do, and if we reduce what we're doing now, we won't be complying with the law, I'd imagine. But others may have a different view. I think that what Paul's suggesting is reasonable, and if that's the case, then we need to get a response from the staff for that. The other thing, Mr. Chairman, is about the reserves. I'm not opposed to using the reserves. I think that Jeremy and what you're saying, Mr. Chairman, is reasonable, but we do need to have an analysis of that and how that will affect us, which we've talked to. I agree with that. We need to be clear what the requests are for the staff so that they can tell us what the consequences of these things will be. Thank you.
That's exactly what my question is. The consequences is what's the amount we need to reduce our expenditure and operating by to hold rates where it is.
Look, Paul, actually, I'd encourage you to go online and have a look at comparable councils and what they've done over time. So Otago, Taranaki is probably similar size, and maybe Northland.
Thank you.
I'll give you a bit of an idea about it. Okay, but Robert.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just, I don't know if you're thinking about this, but in terms of process, you might like to remind all of us, councillors, that if we make declarations of something we will or we won't do, we will or we won't consider, we can extinguish ourselves from the process through having made a definite stand on something prior to the end of submissions. I'm not saying anyone's done this, but you might like to just remind us of that.
I think at this stage, Robert, what we're doing is, and this is the guidance staff need, what's the size of the pie for the year and how is that going to be funded? Once we make some of those decisions, it makes all those other decisions, whether we have a flat rate, whether we do capital, whether we do a transitional arrangement, how we respond to submitters, is clearer. And I think that's what we're trying to do now, is to give an indication, and staff will go out and have a look at some of the stuff after governance gives the what the majority indication is, so they can come back next week with a clearer view. So am I wrong on that? It's, yeah.
Let's be clear, I have not made up my mind yet. I'm asking the question, giving another option as opposed to the four that have been tabled already. I'm working on the principle that I've listened to submissions and I've read the submissions. I've come up with some pretty specific things that people are asking for. So one of those would be the option I've given Tanya to try
and the reality is, if we cut below that baseline, everybody wants to build wetlands. If you take all that money out of the budget and say, where are the wetlands? Well, you just cut all that stuff out. At the end of the day, we've got to look at our responsibilities, we've got to be prudent, and we've got to make some common sense decisions. We're probably getting.
Could I just, sorry,
Yeah.
I'm just trying to pick on what Paul's saying. Is Paul asking to have a whole look at the business and look at how we shuffle things around internally to make it work? That's what I'm picking up from Paul, not saying
another
let's-
option.
Yeah.
I think this afternoon we're going to see a spreadsheet where the costs lie.
So can I just answer this, speak to this question at the moment? So there's two things I'd like to say about that. First one is, we went through a complete baseline review of this organisation last year. I believe we've explained that before. We brought consultants in to explain how we did it. And that followed because we were entering into a long-term plan. I did not want to enter into this long-term plan not having done a ground-up review of exactly what programs of work we needed to deliver in order to meet both our statutory responsibilities and the matters that council said they cared about, such as wetlands and leading on our land, the increase in our relationships with externals. So we have got a budget that is based on that. That budget, I can tell you, is actually only $314,000 more than it was last year. So well less than the CPI. It's a set of work programs. We've done exactly the efficiency review that you asked of us, and it was raised, and I have to say Councillor Evans raised it at the last annual plan meeting. So there was no way we were going to enter into this LTP having not done that work. So we brought that information to you in November, and we brought it to you again in December. We brought you the consultant to explain how we've gone through that process. We are not increasing our staff numbers, and we are not proposing to do work that is beyond anything that we actually believe is necessary for us to do what you are expecting of us. However, you can decide not to do work if you don't want to. So to answer your question, for two things. One, we did that, exactly what you're saying. And yes, we can go through that. We have included in that two other matters though. So in the consultation document, we broke down the budget for you based on what we consider to be our normal work program, work that you compare this year's work with last year's work. So where programs of work have finished, as you've pointed out, it's essential to look at. So where we do not need to be including large swathes of our lawyers' budgets or large, because we are no longer in court over our proposed water and land plan, where we don't need to have significant input from external science provision over reviewing TY, for example, which is quite an expensive piece of work that we did in the previous year and a half. That's no longer in the budget. Where things have finished, they finished. So we didn't do the thing that I know that you're concerned about, which is to say the previous year's budget plus a lift. So we did not do that. So you've got the budget that we've actually worked on and that we've looked at how we can actually rearrange. We've also managed to absorb some of the proposed overheads for the work around the climate resilience work. So there are two things in this budget that are in addition. One is the starting to repay the debt in shovel ready. So if we were to do what you propose, we would need to do three things. We would need to absorb the cost of the repayment of debt for the shovel ready projects into our existing baseline. Well, you were asking how to have a zero increase. We'd need to absorb the cost of repayment of debt, and we would need to absorb the cost of doing additional works for stop bank defect maintenance. So together, those two items would be how many $1 million, Tanya?
1.7 was the initial, the two extras.
Yes, and
Plus inflation.
Plus inflation. So I look at that and I think we've got about $4 million in there that we would need to absorb. So if we were to absorb $4 million out of a budget that's currently only $46 million, then I think you've got really serious cuts into your levels of service for us to do that. We do have some statutory responsibilities. If we started to talk about the non-statutory responsibilities, I'm happy to go through all of that with you, but I think that they are rather fundamental matters that the council may want to discuss, such as whether or not we actually do our Leading on Our Lands project and whether or not we do actually work on reimagining Toda and wetlands. So I'm happy to go through all of that with you. We brought the budgets with us in their major programs of work, and they're broken down, including the proposed, we put into them, including the proposed additional monies that are for, in this proposal for the climate resilience work and also the repayment of debt. So we can go through that. We've got total budget here, the proposed first year of $50,993,000, which actually includes those additional pieces of work. If you want to get that back down to a base of around about 46 million, then that's what we're going to have to find, for over $4 million.
Thank you.
Peter.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Chairman. I'm looking at the clock, it's like time standing still.
Yeah, it's time standing still.
But I'd just say that,
Tony's
just
rumbling.
before that interaction, we were forming a wee bit of a consensus with Morris, yourself, and Jeremy and other councillors to give Tanya what she wants, which is we're not making decisions, we're giving an indication on some options. It's quite clear around the room. Well, I think it is around our wish around the reserves to see adjustment there. So
I think that's a good option.
Maybe that's a way forward, Mr. Chairman, before lunch.
And councillors, you can make decisions. If you want us to not do things, you absolutely can direct us not to do things. But I would commend to you a real discussion about that. I realise that it's become less of a tradition since the years when I first started in local government of talking about budgets in detail, line items, but I quite like it in some ways because actually you get to see the things that you actually do believe add value and make some decisions about whether you want to continue them. And when you talk about non-statutory things, then you do need to look at those areas of your work which also you may feel are going to deliver on outcomes and so aren't necessarily driven by statute, and they're not necessarily the permit creation and the rule making and the state of the environment monitoring and the things that we have to do by law. So we can go through all of that. I'm very happy to talk about that. I would really say to you though, we have done an incredibly hard piece of yakka to get this budget down to where we've got it down to, not inside existing work programs, but a ground up piece of work. So let's go through it. If you want to take things out of there, that's your prerogative.
Thank you very much, Wilma. When I raised my issue was because we were focusing on the four options given to us, and we were going down a little rabbit hole where everyone was starting to pick out reserves. So my reasoning is we should have stopped focusing on the four options because there's a lot more options out there. Because there's obviously with all of the councillors saying, can you take this out of reserves, this out of reserves, that's giving you another option that we haven't been presented. So we need more options than the four that is being presented, I believe.
Okay,
So this is my last comment before lunch. I want to keep councillors worrying about timeframes, but there's two things in here really, councillor, I think that we can. So if you want to suspend considering four options, I would suggest to you think about it in two ways. One is budgets. Budgets drive rate increases. So we need to look at budgets. So the first part of this conversation was about the budget. So let's do that. Let's look at the budget and say, is this the right budget? Are we doing the right work? Are we doing it at a reasonable price? And then we need to look at the way in which we actually finance that. So the question is, do we then use, so if we agree that the pieces of work need to be done, then the question is, how do you fund it? And so that's what the other options part of that is about. It's a series of complex matters to do with rates review, to do with how we use our lease reserves, and what the impact of capital value is for people in terms of total personal rate increase. So those are, it's the finance policy and the budget. So I think the thing with the budget, and then and that's, you know, we'll go back and revisit that before we get to the end of the deliberations.
I think at this stage to give an indication, and Jeremy would like to go higher than the numbers I threw out there. So I would suggest we'll go around the room. I'd suggest 1 million over 3 years. We can do a plus 25% option as well, and the same for the 1.3 from the lease land over 3 years, and also do a plus 25. Is there a reasonable degree of comfort with staff going away, coming back and telling us what the implications are for that? I'll start with Eric.
Yeah, no, I agree. We need to look at the best way we can use those reserves. I just need a bit more information. Your shot wasn't too far away, but it might need to be massaged a wee bit.
Yeah, because we can look at the impact on our interest and dividends as a result of that. That's what you really want to know.
Yep.
Yeah.
Lyndall.
Yeah, same really. I'm a little reluctant to deplete our reserves too much. But I think there's probably some messaging that we can do, but yeah, I'm more in favour of keeping some sizable reserves actually.
Morris.
Same as Lyndall.
Peter, John.
Yeah, look, I keep coming back to the fact that the reserves are growing now. I know we need to, I agree with Tanya around the general and the asset. I think that they are important, but can we look at pulling the other ones down so we have a zero balance of reserves? You know, that's going to free up $1 to $2 million a year over those first 3 years. So to me, that's a bit of a no-brainer. Do a reshuffle so that the reserves we need to get hold of from say we can get hold of and they stay the same, but we're not accumulating rates through the pitch period of what we're going through.
I think at some stage, Mr. Chairman, we need to look at using our reserves. We can't keep building them forever. You know, rainy day might come, because otherwise if raising money for rainy day does come. So I'm in favour of actually using some of that reserve money for the works, and that came through from this as well.
Peter.
Oh yeah, no, I'm in favour of what's being said. Like I said earlier, we're proposing a one-off rate share change. It's quite transformative, and then we're seeing all these community pressures come in. So it is actually the rainy days sort of arrived, folks. So,
Paul.
Thank you. I'm all for looking at reserves, but we also need to look at this as a multi-pronged offensive, because ultimately at the end of the day, affordability is going to come back and kill our region. So if we don't start looking at it now, it's going to be on our lap in the next few years. So we need to look at it. We can't just sit here and say, oh, we use reserves and try and get through, and we need to do this, and we need to do that. We need to really start focusing on every line, everything we look at, everything we do. And we can't just say, we've done a review when we haven't gone right down to the pencil line. So a multi-pronged attack. Sure, we can use reserves, and I think we've got way more that we can do.
Alistair.
I really appreciate Wilma taking us right through that budget, because either I was asleep that day or I wasn't here for some reason. But I'm in favour of the use of those reserves, especially when people out there are paying 12.5% on their overdraft and some of them getting kicked out. So we've got to really look at this in relation to the fact that if we want to carry on with our work program, then we've got to use those things. And I believe we should carry on with our work program because there is a good return to the community in it. Thank you.
Robert?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Yes, I think looking at the reserves is a good idea, but we have to bear in mind what our obligations are, statutory and those that we've developed as a council over the years, and make sure we follow our own kaupapa, basically. So what they might be used for is what I'm most interested in. Are they for mitigation or adaptation as an overview for what they could be used for? So yes, but let's not lose sight of the fact of what we are, just because we've been given some feedback in the local, in the immediate moment.
Thanks, Robert. Jeremy?
Knowing quite a bit about lease land reserves, spent a huge amount of time on there, and understanding why the reserve is the way it is, and also the policy in regards to that. I know that we can utilise it anytime, really, if we have conjunction with the catchment committees. I don't have any problem putting at least $1 million into each catchment over the next, if it's in the next 2 years or 3 years, it doesn't really worry me. That'd be the minimum that probably needs to be, you've got to utilise this money, and it may actually be for more things too. I'm just saying, I'll pay the things that actually might speed up the improvements. That's around the lease land reserves. I think I'd like to see 1.5 million of that biosecurity and land stuff money going in. Now, maybe that we're going to be talking about thriving as well. That could be part of that, but leaving probably $500,000 for biosecurity issues and the 250,000 for the gravel reserve that's tied up in there. That's in there, isn't it, Tani? So I'm not talking about that. So I'm just putting a number there. That 1.5 million comes into the discussion in the next 2 or 3 years if wherever it's needed. So that's the numbers on. Don't be afraid to use that lease land reserves in conjunction with the community. And that can be discussed at any time because the policy states that we can do that. So it just doesn't have to be, we don't have to lock it in, but it's can be utilised in conjunction with the catchment liaison committee.
Thanks for that, and I support the prudent use of reserves, but we're not going to empty the bucket and leave it for another council or another generation to pay. But we've got some options at the moment. We're going through the worst economic times since the late 80s. We need to listen to the public, and we've got some empathy, but we've also got a job to do. So it's getting that balance right. So I think we're probably about on lunchtime. It's probably given staff a bit of direction. I know some of those budget lines. We put them out over lunch for them to look at the spreadsheet at what stage of the day we're looking at that.
I think live.
Okay. Well, on that note, I think we will stop for lunch. What time do you want to restart? 1:15? Well, that would make it look so good.
Look at that one.
Yeah.
1:45, whatever.
Your batteries for it.
1:15?
Awesome, there was going very.
Hey, what? Is that your natural hair, Tony?
Okay, welcome back, everyone. You've just been given a more comprehensive look at the budget. I know it's pretty quick to actually absorb. Do you want to make any initial comments, Tony? Before we go to questions or not?
Sorry, I'm not sure about this. So just to be clear, this is not the budget. This is, you will see it adds up to the budget because this is the work program. This is our business plan, as it were, and the programs of work that actually spend the budget. So this is how your money is spent. This is not a budget. So I could hear some conversation about where's the income, etc. This is not a budget. This is a program of work, and this is how the money is lined up to be apportioned. And it's around a series of work programs. Now, I was explaining before that we had actually discussed this at the time that we finished this piece of work later in the year, and one of the councillors said that we hadn't seen anything as long as this. That would be true because I think we had rolled up the majority of the work into excuse me, into allied lines of budget. So you probably saw something that was around about 25, about half the length of this, about 25 lines long. We pulled it back out specifically so that you could see some of the areas where there were matters like the Bluff haul-out facility, for example, that have been discussed in this LTP, and also the rabbit control rate. So quite a lot of the things that were sitting inside the integrated catchment management budget and led by Paul Pulse were inside bio security and biodiversity work streams, which when you would have looked at this in November and in December, you wouldn't have seen a separate line item. So that explains why some of these this looks a little bit longer than the version that we looked at last year. So the point is that we've broken the budgets down and that we've updated them to include the proposed total budget for this year. So work programs 42 through 44 are the proposed program for flood infrastructure, the repayment, the current investment repayment of debt, and the third-party funded Jobs for Nature money that's sitting there below. So those things were not sitting in the version of this that you saw previously. This is without the additional budget items that I've just mentioned, this is a $46.1 million work program. And we did what in central government, which I am used to referring to in this way, a baseline review, which is based on what other programs of work that we need to actually deliver in order to deliver on the organisation's outcomes. Councillor McDonald, I just want to say that we're not actually on the Teams link, we're on the Zoom link. So, yeah, I know, it's a problem of whether or not your
Kept trying to get us to rejoin that one.
invitation updated. So we're happy to talk about what's sitting in behind those budgets. You'll notice that as per the work program budgets, that our budgets are pretty much always divided 50-50 between internal and external costs. The internal costs cover our staff salaries, their own corporate overheads and depreciation, and the external costs cover everything from grants to contractors who do our work to people on contract who work on specific projects, and include our payments to things like our support to our CCO, like Great South, etc. So that's where all of those line items go. So we're happy to run through these with you if you would like to do that, or to answer the specific questions that you asked us in relation to what some of the specific programs of work were that cost to do. But this is pretty much the program of work. So how would you like me to take it?
Jeremy, you got a question?
I don't know how we're going to go through this. The specific, projects that may be coming, like the water allocation, work done on that. We're trying to understand where the cost is, where is it sat in, or sits in which department here. Are they questions we can ask?
Yeah, absolutely.
Or even where's the legal? I know the legal bills have been pretty high in the last. Can you explain where they sit?
So in all of the way that these have been arranged is so that the costs fall where they lie according to programs of work. And this is part of a much longer term piece of work that we're doing as an organisation to enable us to break down our expenditure by programs of work so that we can attach that to its value. So to be able to say, so I haven't got a line item that says, so I can come back and tell you, I guess, at some stage, how much money do we spend with lawyers in the past, but yes, we have built legal, so there are legal costs built into a number of these programs, but there's a lot less legal costs built into this than there has been in the past. So if you look at, for example, in the freshwater line, so that is a significant reduction in the external costs associated with freshwater, because we've already seen the Water and Land Plan go into, out of the Environment Court, and you've adopted it. There are still some appeals processes underway there, so there are still external costs associated with that. And there are still matters relating to both RMA reform and also wherever, the Water and Land Plan still is not through plan change to Otahi, there is still work to roll out there. So in that freshwater reform area there's still quite a bit of work sitting there, but there is still significantly less in the external budget line than there was.
If you look like if you sort of bundle up 16, 17 and 18, government reform, freshwater, regional policy statement, refresh, I think a lot of people think, oh, we can relax now, there's nothing left to do. Well, actually, we've got a whole lot of stuff, including the coastal plan, that still has resources, it still has legal costs and working our way through it. And pretty obvious with the new government as they work through the reform of the NS for freshwater and the NES there is going to be a cost, because we'll actually want to submit on that stuff and make sure it's right. Neville, then Peter.
Yes, a very minor thing, Chairman, in the scheme of things, the bluff, all that facility, it's got $80,000 for 3 years. I thought when the bill this morning, it was $80,000 for 8 years, it was spoken to.
So we budgeted some money in the bluff fallout facility, because it is a budget, to ensure that we could get, we believe a feasibility study can be done for around about 80,000. But there will be, and this is not a capital expenditure budget, but we budgeted to ensure that the project's supported and that it can actually get underway. So there's going to be a need for somebody to actually manage that project, quite apart from this feasibility study. So that's why we put some money in there. And we've rolled over a similar amount, because we don't think it's going to be extensive, but just put nothing in that budget line beyond the feasibility study would mean that we wouldn't have access to people or some form of project management support to actually deliver it. So that's why we've done that.
Right, I noticed just
Well,
further to
Peter first, then Paul.
That's right, Paul.
just further to Neville's query regarding that 80-80-80 over the next 3 years. And then we have TY, we've got 100 and 0-0. So same rules aren't applying for either of those, even though we know TY is probably going to continue on working.
Happy to explain that too. So TY has been a program that's used a significant amount of external support in order to actually scope what we need to do. We're in the looking at where that will go from a policy implementation perspective. If it goes to plan in the way that we would like to see the oversight of consents and the whole site managed, then actually the costs associated with TY working with us in the future and currently under some of the current consents is it's cost recoverable, which is why you're only seeing funding in the first year.
Peter.
Yeah, just a general comment. When you look down these headline figures, is it fair to say that we're moving? We just had a quick discussion around freshwater and how we're taking the top off that as time moves on and moving back towards a catchment focused with a lot of our work plans. That's what we're proposing.
Yeah, so
that's a general sweeping statement of moving back to that catchment.
It is, and so you can see further down on this list, there's work that Rachel leads through the science program that's there to support freshwater management, and that's very much in that broader catchment context work. So those are all currently broken down in here, and so there's and you'll also see the funds set aside for wetlands and letting on our land, and also the funds that are set aside for supporting the big programs of I'm just looking for it now that I'm about to say it out loud, which is Waituna and and reimagining Matola.
I just sort of said that because of previous councils before I was around, the number one stated goal was on regulatory stuff around freshwater and freshwater management. And I'm not saying that isn't a large focus, but when I look down here, I see us moving more towards catchment work, which I'm quite pleased as a council.
So is it okay?
Just thought I would just
respond to that. Yeah, and this is where the conversation matters about outcomes and strategy for the council, is that if you just look at the statutory responsibilities around regulations of the council without Well, first of all, there can be none of that without the support of science. So science programs actually underpin all of that statutory work. But also all of the action on the ground, all of the non-statutory work that helps deliver outcomes, you could argue is, non-statutory mandate. But the question of whether it's impactful or not is another matter, and whether it should be the council doing it is your judgment. So to date, that's why we plan those things, because that has been the direction of travel that council has indicated it wants to go down.
Further questions, woman on that?
Mr. Chair, what's number 53?
We've just had a discussion down the back here for you, Chair. On the screen, you can actually see the correct one. For some reason, when it's printed out for something.
Yeah, just, and print out the full statement.
That was my question. Where's the equality stuff?
That's the Marine Science Program. How strange, it's a very odd thing the way that it printed.
It's in the air.
Good spotting.
Equality one, right. Councillors, some of you had questions about specific programs of work, I believe you wanted to ask us about and what they cost.
Just also relating to this, it's very good, thank you, Wilma. It'll be good, I might try and get the finance and document from the last meeting, because it's got a lot more of a breakdown. But have you got a column for the year we're just coming out of?
Actuals.
So, no.
The year previous that goes with this, so we can see.
So
we always have a start point.
Yeah, this is the start.
Unfortunately, the figures you're giving me is a start point next year.
Yeah, so
On an assumption that we've taken up one of these options.
Right. So councillors, it's hard for us to do this in arrears. The work that we did, the reason is that we haven't worked on a work program based spreadsheet like this before. The budgets have been very much delivered functionally. The general managers who are listed on here are responsible for delivery of these programs. The piece of work that we talked about, I think in maybe about February, March last year, where we talked about what the transformational change in the organisation was, one of these aspects of transformation was to be able to move to reporting on a program basis what work we were doing, with a view to being able to look at the impact of specific activities around those programs. So if we're going to be doing programs of work such as Waituna Reimagining Matoda, that we can actually see whether or not, what the value proposition from that actually is. To get there, we needed to do this piece of work from the ground up. We have not done this in budget. Well, this is not a budget. This is a work program to attach to the budget. We haven't done this before. This is something that we worked on last year after the annual plan in order to be prepared for this incoming LTP with a view to being able to report to you in a different way. So I can't give you an equivalent report because we haven't done an equivalent report in past years.
No, it would obviously be 13.5% less.
So, well, it will be, yes. Oh, sorry, you're asking the money. So, so our operating.
But yeah, it'd be good to have a breakdown, because to know where you're starting from, you need to know where you come from.
Yeah, but you're not going to get a breakdown. You're not going to get a breakdown against these particular programs, because these are the programs of work that we've developed from the ground up. Some of them relate to ongoing pieces of work, but in the past, our budgets have been set around programs of work, but not collated in this way. So it would be almost impossible for us to actually give you a version of this as previous one.
Well, I think that's wrong in every respect. I think you need to be able to look back so you know that where your first year where you're starting is correct. If you don't look back, because ultimately you're just putting a little percentage on everything for the next 3 years.
No, I'm saying the opposite of that. I'm saying the opposite of that. This is so we did what I call a baseline review or an efficiency review is not just a review of how do all our existing programs of work look. It is what should the programs of work be that are in this organisation's work programs, and the justification of those and the budgeting for those. So there's not a simple correlation to previous years. There's a correlation to budgets in a general way, but not a specific way. So I couldn't take, I could perhaps for Tiwai, for example, give you last year's expenditure. But if I'm going to give you last year's expenditure for leading on our lands and wetlands, that's a program that we've developed for this coming financial year based on the feedback from council.
Oh, thank you for that, Wilma. It just seems very odd that we're asking for, say an adjusted option where we have 13.5% increase based on this year one, but you can't give me a breakdown based on previous year or the year we're coming out of.
So I can tell you
I'm
though
afraid
what
it's
the
not-
expenditure change is.
Good.
So the expenditure change is only $314,000 between last year and this year because we've gone through and changed the programs of work and done the work which I'm hopeful that you actually are pleased with, which is to look at it and go, we are not just lifting previous year's budgets, we're looking at what the actual programs of work are that need to be delivered. And that's why you don't have a lift on last year's TY, you don't have a lift on last year's work around fresh water, as two examples you mentioned.
If you pull out the annual plans and the annual reports, you'll be able to see those full budgets of where we've been over the last few years and the last LTP. So Jeremy,
I won't respond to this though.
No.
No, well, it can't, Jeremy.
Yeah, I know,
There's
I know.
got to be the first year
I mean,
we've done this, and this is it.
I understand totally what Paul's saying. I mean, that'd be great, but I know that we're going. But just in regards to the internal and external costs, so basic external, obviously contractors, consultants, anything that goes outside this building, basically.
Yes.
Is that right?
Yes, it
Just
does.
make it just a simple explanation of it.
But it also includes things like the funding that we give to Great South, our
Yeah,
CCO,
Tammy's and
Te Marama, to Coin South, to anybody else that we give
Just-
any money to.
what people and cultural director. Can you explain that, please?
The people and cultural director would like to speak. This is the general manager, people and culture.
Yeah,
Come on, Amy.
yeah. Well, there's
Socket to
reason-
It should be people and customers. There's a bit of a
I
typo
don't know why culture actually went in there, but there should be customer.
in there. So that is part of the corporate services function within the organisation that looks after a range of our corporate functions, including the HR team, people and capability, the health and safety team, risk, democracy services, information and support, and liaison functions.
So can I ask another question? Well, while we've got you here. So is 650,000 going outside? Just what's that then, just in regards to that?
Yep, sure. So that often is used to pay the cost for things like, and you've mentioned before, legal fees. So obviously, you know, we're dealing with employment-related matters, need some support occasionally for that. Need some support for programs of work that we have within the organisation that we don't always have the resources to do ourselves or the skills ourselves. So, you know, if we need some support around our risk management program, you know, we might tap into a bit of consulting for that. We've had some support for the health and safety, pays for our auditor. So those are the sorts of examples of the types of work.
Good, obviously, just brought up good, interesting discussion from the community is always looking at consultants.
Yes.
Always a big bill.
Yes. Yep.
Just to understand some of those consultant costs. It doesn't have to be names, but actually, this is what a consultant cost us for this job. You know, I don't know whether, I mean, this is just for transparency, and I mean, they might still hate what they see, but it's actually understanding because there seems to be a beast that has to have consultants, and it's always one way you can challenge it. Or more to the point, when you see this, you go, are we better be employing more people than the consultants? What it's costing to have a consultant for 3 or 4 weeks or whatever, can we employ someone for 6 months? You know, those sort of discussions. Not quite, but because I have seen some bills in the past, and I'm going, what we got as a report, and then get indicated what it costs.
Yep.
You go, I can't see the value for money in some of that stuff.
Yeah, look, I understand. I would just say in response to that, that's an argument that goes both ways.
Oh, yeah.
Because you don't always want a full-time resource in place where actually is, whilst it might be more expensive in the short term on an hourly rate, actually you haven't got the full costs of employment. nor the permanent enduring cost of employment, but really that's a more cost effective way for delivering a discrete piece of work.
All good.
So our external auditor, for example,
Yeah.
would be who's doing, supporting us in our audit and risk work. It's also fair to say that you've got training in that for the organisation sitting in that budget line, so that's also the organisation's external training budget.
And it's and with respect to that, you know, we are looking at delivering more cross-organisational training rather than having that sit necessarily within the individual function. So it's a far more cost-effective way of delivering that particular service.
Robert, then Paula.
Yeah, thank you, Mr. Jimmy. I was wondering about the line of questioning and drilling down into detail and cross-examining staff. Is this appropriate level of engagement from councillors, or is this the kind of information that we should already have covered over time? Seems like we're hauling people up in front of us and grilling them, and I'm not very comfortable with it, especially at that kind of level that we were just discussing.
Well, there was a desire to see a wider budget expenditure, which of course is different from our normal income budget type things and actuals, which can certainly be sourced. But I guess part of this is to say, if you want to go further into cuts, and that might be the next conversation. We don't have to do land sustainability, but we've been told for years, education rather than regulation. You've got enviro schools. I think it's an investment in the future. Where that goes, our environmental awards, we may decide perhaps to do it every second year, and because times are tough. But I think this is where we're trying to lead. If we want more cuts than the baseline, where do you actually want to cut them?
But are we not obliged by process to ask our CEO to do this work? And my impression is that it's already been done, and now we're relitigating, not quite the right word, but that's how I'm feeling about this. I'm uncomfortable with this.
Would you like to respond to that?
Sure. I mean, the reason that we've done this is because I know that you want to see what's good, and I think that some of the reluctance in organisations, I think, to actually have these conversations is what you're talking about at the moment, because yes, you do actually delegate to the chief executive to run the organisation well, but you are governors and you need to know and have confidence that we are doing the right thing. What we have been doing though is we've been working on a different way of being able to manage the performance of the organisation so that we can actually draw a connection, not just between the functional groups and its delivery, but between the programs of work, because there's virtually nothing that we do that just lives in one directorate. So as much as we've got a general manager responsible for programs, there's nothing in these programs of work here that just sit inside one group in the organisation. So it's a different way of presenting our work program so that you can actually see it relative to the value. And there was much conversation about that over a year ago, and this is where we are trying to take the work. So for you to be able to say that you know where the money has been spent, we can show you where the money has been spent. And that's the point. So if you're wanting to consider that there are things that you'd like to discuss that we work on that you think are worth having a conversation about whether you want to continue with them, then I'm happy to do that, and this is the basis for that conversation.
Thank you.
But yes, it is that there's a difference between management and governance, you're correct.
Okay. Paul and Jeremy.
Thank you. So Wilma, does this work come from me asking, how long ago did I ask for an operational review? Did this work come from part of that?
Well, no, so two things. One, it came from a piece of work that we initiated, which was the transformational program for the organisation, to move it to a new performance framework that could enable us to see the value of what we are delivering, and to be able to associate our work with the programs of work, and to be able to actually look at the activities supporting that to see whether or not those were good value for money. That's stuff that as a chief executive I need to know. You mentioned at the last annual plan, bang on the money of what we were doing. For this coming LTP, we put together, and if you recall at the beginning of the year, a new executive that new executive got together to discuss what the major initiatives were that actually supported the council's program going forward. And we engaged in a baseline review in order to ensure that we were doing exactly as you mentioned. So I'm very pleased that you were supportive of it, which is that we're not just entering into a long-term plan, adding a percentage lift to our work. We went through and looked at all of our work programs.
Thank you. I've got a few more things if I can.
So I think we're talking the same
Thank
language.
you for the response regarding the baseline review. And it was my original question, how can we get to year one if we don't have a baseline review? You say you haven't got a baseline review.
No, this is the baseline review.
And with regards to Robert's question, information to us councillors is very important for us to be able to communicate to our constituents. But what I'm seeing here is this is a cost document. It's a cost budget. It's not an operational budget. The operations side will be left to whoever the manager is that's within there. This shows us what we're spending the money on with no recourse into finding value assessments out of it. So we need to look at that. This is just a cost budget, not an operation budget. So the people that are, if you give a manager $1 million to do something and he comes back and because of other things, he might overspend or underspend, but you may incentivise them to underspend, similar as in normal business. Yep. I would put this down as part of the process and we need to do a lot more. Sure. This is the cost budget, so not the value added.
Well, this is a set of headlines of the programs of work that are being delivered from our budget. Yes. There's a lot more to our performance management work that we are doing than this budget. So this is enabling us to be able to bring a lot more information back through the reporting committees about the impact of our work and the way that we're assessing its value. But for us to get there, so can I say, when I say to you this is year one, this is the baseline. This is it. This is the baseline. That's what we've given you. This is it. This is the work that we did towards the end of last year for the baseline. We've updated it to put the 3 pieces of proposed work in here, which lifts this to the budget of $50,993,000.
Thank you. With respect, I don't agree this is the baseline. I think this is the next step on top of the baseline review. Baseline review is where you start, not where you're heading to before we decide. Thank you for that. But no.
Right, we've got Jeremy and Lyndall.
I just want to say thanks for starting doing this. So we've been a long time coming. It's giving more and more clarity and it's good. And at the end of the day, some of us around the table are more interested in numbers than others, but it's actually also, it's great that staff can answer the question. Like that's being the transparency and understanding and being able to clearly for Wilma's to be able to show us where the money's going. It's great. It's some growth in the business or maturity in the council to get this. And because we have not had this before. So it might pose a lot more questions, but that's for at the time, but it's actually really it gives a lot more clarity. So, and it's nothing about interrogating or anything. We're just saying we've been given this. So there's obviously a few questions you can ask, but I just want to say thanks for doing it. So, we can make our rates any cheaper, but it's actually showing where it's going.
So in terms of, just trying to answer Councillor Evans' point, the previous budgets did not sit rolled up in programs in this way, but we know what the baseline expenditure was. So the annual plan from last year's budgets is what we did the baseline review to review. And so that's why we've ended up with what we've got. This is the outcome of that. And the total operating expenditure last year was $45,786,000. The total operating expenditure in this budget is $46.1 million. So it's not a huge lift. In fact, it's very little. It's below the CPI. So we've gone through and actually been as efficient as we possibly can in this budget. I'm very happy to talk to you about any more efficiencies that you would like to in this budget. the point earlier was whether or not, in fact, we should have a budget in which we find a total of a 10% saving in order to afford the repayment of the shovel-ready debt and work and the additional flood infrastructure work, which is a separate question. But I would suggest to you that in order to find 10% out of this budget to fund both of those two items would be quite difficult without actually crossing over into reducing levels of service that are really fundamental to the organisation's statutory obligations.
This is actually on top of you taking 10% out during COVID. So it's not the first step, but Linda, will be your next.
Thanks, Chairman. Line 22, the coastal plan review. Given how complex plan reviews like that are and the potential for appeals, and once again, some dragging out of the process, I'm interested in why we've got zeros for year 3, Lucy, because I would expect that we'll still have stuff going on in year 3. Through no fault of our own, right?
Through you, Chair, thanks for the question, Councillor. I would say that we're being optimistic and hopeful, but we've also been creating quite a lot of the coastal plan review thus far in partnership. So a lot of our stakeholders that we would normally be expecting to be appellants, we're hopeful that we will minimise any appeals by ensuring that we're taking plenty of time and have done over the last wee while to work through the many disparities of views. So, and that's how we're going to continue with the remainder of the topics.
So you're comfortable with not allocating a little bit in there, maybe?
If there was more, I wouldn't be sad,
Yep.
but we are trying to be hopeful of what's doable. And I think, as you said, in regards to other things, we don't know how long the processes are going to take, and they are historically quite hard to work for. So aiming to get the coastal plan review done the next financial year, this triennium, and then we'd be into the next year's worth of process. So hopefully we will, but in the court's hands or the appeals.
Yeah. Thanks.
Shane Jones's fast track will be good. Further questions?
Elster, yeah, I like this, and thank you, Wilma, for putting it together. Where I'm still floundering a bit is the fact that I'm looking probably at the environmental awards and saying, how much is that going to save us if we take it out and do it biannually? I can't get that figure out of here because I don't know where all that cross credits.
No, but we're happy to answer that. So, Rach?
Through you, Chair, so we have initiatives that sit underneath all of these headings, and for that particular one, the external costs are 57,000, so that includes contractors like the video and MC, etc., travel, collateral like the trophies and things, catering, not including the judges' lunches and obviously staff time separate to that, but the external costs are 57,000, so that's what it would save us per annum if we did move to a biannual cycle. So
In my head, I had 200,000.
sorry.
Well, that's how far we can be out. So that's why we've got to know what these things cost and going down in a lot of the other lines here and work out what it really is too.
If you added in the staff cost, it probably would go up, but the staff will be doing other things that they're not doing.
Yeah, but that staff has to be cross-credited, I guess, and charged to something while they're on that job. So it should be in there. And my lunches will be a bit more next time if I'm allowed to go.
Yeah, biannual sounds
Might
good.
be on rations, councillor.
26K. Just on that, obviously, the Morris School is another one. You got the numbers on, is that able to be? I mean, these are questions while we're looking at things.
It's out of Paul's area. Paul, are you online?
Yeah. What was the question? Enviro skills, was it? Yeah. So in the enviro skills, the internal cost. Can you hear me?
Yes. Total cost.
Total cost is just under 400,000 for the Enviro Schools programme, which includes the Enviro Schools work with the actual schools. We also have an educational sustainability programme, which works with some of the other kindergartens and other primary schools that we service also as well. And so that's done across the region.
No, I think so. Paul, just to understand, I think that 400,000 is it's not just Enviro Schools, it's total education budget.
The total education budget. The Enviro Schools budget is a wee bit smaller.
So Enviro Schools is not about 250,000.
99, I think. Yeah. With tiny internal costs. Yeah, it's largely 2 staff.
Just environmental enhancement.
It's the fund.
That's the fund, yeah, Rachel can answer.
Actually, there's a whole one as well.
Oh, Paul too? Oh, it's his one, isn't it? Sorry. But that is the fund.
It is the fund,
So it's
okay.
about 500,000. Yeah. So sorry, which whereabouts is it on?
That's what we put into it, is 500,000.
Government.
It's the government or we?
We had a small amount which has been supplemented through the shovel ready program that's about to run out, but staff can probably make that a bit clearer.
Well, this, yeah, but you see, that is the trouble.
No, sorry, I'm just looking for it.
Yeah, I'm asking. Wait.
Rachel, what number am I looking at on this thing?
So that's within Paul's area, but it could be split between the government funded Jobs for Nature, because that's where the lift in the fund came from, and potentially one of other programs, Paul. I'm not sure if it's bio or catchment integration that the core fund or the original funding comes from, but I believe that's in the order of about 100.
Yeah, so the Environmental Enhancement Fund was originally a biodiversity fund that council contributed towards, and then it was through the Jobs for Nature, it was increased with the government funding. So that's a programme that's run every year.
Of that is in line 44, which is the Jobs for Nature money.
It runs out.
Yeah.
And you can see the fiscal cliff there after 1 year.
Yeah, so that Environmental Enhancement Fund will return to pre-COVID levels once the Jobs for Nature concludes at the end of next financial year.
Yeah, I'll just remind the council that there was some strong submissions supporting that fund.
Just one final thing from me, if there's no one else ahead. Thank you, Wilma. This is, as I said, a good cost budget. Perfect document to go through and look at the costs and where savings can be made, which is also a secondary part of a review. So hopefully that process will happen as well. So as I said, this is great. It's a cost budget. I do have a little bit of disparity around that no baseline being last year, but further works on this to continue would be fantastic.
Yep.
To look at. Every dollar is spent, put a pencil line through where we don't need to. Management have great ideas. They can come up with some really cool stuff, given the incentivisation to do it.
Jeremy.
Just one quick one. I suppose the look on, around the work done and where we're heading or direction of travel, I suppose we've been in a development phase around our water land plan. And I'm trying to see where now we should be probably going. Well, I know there's still more legal, there's still stuff going to carry on, but the implementation of that plan, I'm trying to get stuff, whether it's, I've looked at farm plans here and things. I'm just trying to understand, trying to see where the money, are we putting the money where we need it to actually make that plan work now? And I suppose I was looking, going, okay, we can stop paying lawyers and we can get people on the ground, that sort of direction, but it probably doesn't really show that, mainly because we can't see the past figures. But and I suppose looking long term, and it might ensure we also obviously cutting back and actually getting things going.
Yeah, well, that's where what we've done is gone through and looked at On the basis, so our premise on looking at this was that there was no extra money. That if there's extra money, it has got to be absolutely and utterly related to the need for us to actually cover any cost increases, and even then we come in under what the CPI is. So that was that was a way into looking at that. But if we wanted to have a strong wetlands and letting on our land program, that's not a budgeted item before. We basically started to pull together that using internal staff. But if we're actually going to pick it up and run as a program and actually do work and work with people like EnviroStrat, who are also doing work with the international those international companies that are investing in green outcomes, then that's the same work that Fonterra is doing using pollination, which is part of HSBC Bank, to look at what those financial instruments might be that actually lead to private land use change to wetlands. All of that work requires us to have budget, and so that's why we propose to look at. So it's not that there's no baseline. We're looking at last year's money, but where does it go is off the basis that we don't want to be spending more money. So everybody's budgets have been adjusted to ensure that they actually fit inside that and that we can actually fund these things. So you've got a proposal in there to have about $250,000 to kickstart that piece of work. And it's a major piece of work, but that's 1% of the rates.
I think more than I'm saying about, I don't know a lot about the big funds, but we know there's a lot of people wanting in the rural area around wetlands. It's not actually us funding that. It's the big scope of things. It's actually enabling and just telling them what we need and it's comes onto the ground. I suppose that's my question when I asked about land sus, about how many more people we got in the budget to put land to grow a land sustainable sort of crew that are out there.
Yeah, so
And they're indicating there were no more people, and that's, I'm saying, well, there's an increase in budget. I'm just saying, is it getting to where maybe policy or do we need to change that direction somehow?
So an indication about who's leading that is that the general manager responsible in that area is leading it. So integrated catchment management as a group is really responsible for delivering all of those very integrated catchment pieces of work. So when there's external money, it's not necessarily just what the financial instruments might be, or actually doing wetland creation. It's actually all of that, all of the information, all of the promotion of that, understanding what the what the project management might be, and boots on the ground, all of those things. So that's why that's built in there in that way. And then there's also money reflected in here that we also got from the Environment Enhancement Fund, or actually from MFE, to support additional work when it's which will be reflected in the farm plan program as well. So we can cut these budgets two ways. I mean, the other way that you can see it is also just what it looks like inside a directorate, which might look a bit more like last time, but that doesn't tell you what we're spending the money on.
We go through some of the requests. I've always thought for a while, if you've got Thriving South and you've got MPI and our Landsats, working together to actually leverage that capacity is probably a good way of going, rather than working in silos. And I know we're quite closely at the moment, but if you've got 2 or 3 agencies, surely it makes sense to try and coordinate there, but have a consistent message going out. Peter.
I just want to make a general comment of what's just been taking place in the last half hour. It's sort of akin for us as councillors walking up the hall and the offices. I want to know where is the line that we stop as councillors and stop being chief executives, because this will be, if we want to go further than this, it will be your performance and our performance as a council, not a chief executive performance, that will be interrogated. So where do you want to go further than this? Is this your line by line stuff that you wanted? Or I just don't know where the line is for myself personally at the moment.
I think overarching document for finance and planning, this is great, but the cost is extra. This is a cost of 30% of every dollar, because it goes through the finance and
Yeah, but what I'm saying is our involvement as councillors, it becomes our responsibility is alongside the chief executives, because I just want to know where the line is. Do we go to here or do you want to go further?
Should we go further?
Well, I think there's.
So Wilma, you seem
I'm
quite
happy to-
comfortable with it,
yeah,
and
of course.
I'll let things run.
So
But I'm just
governance.
saying to the group here, the further we go into this, the more responsibility it puts alongside ourselves for us to attain what we need to do too.
So there's two different things here, Peter, I think. One is that I'm real happy to have, you're the governors, you need to know what we're spending our money on. I think that's absolutely right. And you also, as I want to know as chief executive, what impact that expenditure is actually having on outcomes. And that's what the whole purpose of building a much more sophisticated performance system for the organisation is. So you can see that we're spending money, and you can see to a certain extent, what the impact on the environment is over time. And but being able to draw the connection between programs and work and specific outcomes is actually what we want to be able to bring to you. We want to bring you better, more sophisticated reporting. So that's what we're doing. Happy to go into that in incredible detail with you in a workshop about all of that. We go back through all of the transformation program with you again, and that's fine. Happy to do that and update you in detail. For today, though, the point is, if you wanted to have a look at sort of, were there things we could not do that we do currently? The answer to that question is always, and you have absolutely every right to be helping us make those decisions. What I'm coming to you to say is, we've actually had a really good hard look at this. If you want to stop doing some things, you can. People asked us questions from around this table about specific programs of work and whether or not, what they cost. So we've come back to say to you, yes, there's just under $300,000 worth of Enviro schools. There's just under $60,000 worth of the awards ceremony. These, you can make decisions if you want to for us not to do those things.
Fine.
That's over to you.
I'm not saying that, but what I'm saying is that I want the ability as governance to apply pressure to yourself, to management, to achieve the things that we need to achieve. Absolutely. I don't want you to divest that responsibility to the wider council, because we've dealt right down into the gearbox. So my question is, how further do we go with this? Are we satisfied with this, or do we go
in terms
deeper?
of today, I would say that the only reason for doing this is whether or not you want to take any further money out of this budget.
Mm-hmm.
So we are presenting this budget to you and saying this is the budget that we have worked on, and we're explaining to you how we got here, and that we've done an efficiency review on this. We've got a baseline look at everything, and this is what we come back with. We've been as prudent as we can. We haven't had a big lift in expenditure. The lift in expenditure that we're recommending to you in this LTP is that, one, we need to repay debt that we've already incurred in relation to Shovel Ready and Jobs for Nature, or Shovel Ready primarily, sorry, and I misspoke. And secondly, and to fund an additional, the proposal initially 2.3, but now we're saying we can amend that to whatever it is for additional works around defect creation, and also enabling us to move further into improving our flood resilience by having the kinds of staff we don't currently have who provide us with asset management capability and river engineering skills. So that's the only things that we're saying to you that is new, and we've helped, we think, to keep that down by being really rigorous about this and about proposing other ways to do that. That's pretty much what we're saying. So at a budget conversation level, there may be things that you think we can stop doing. If you don't want to do the environment awards every 2 years, every year, then we can stop doing that. We can, look at reducing some other levels of service if you want to, but you can ask us to do that if you want to. But I'm commenting to you that I think we're pretty tight.
Eric.
I think Councillor McDonald's question is a pertinent one at this stage in the discussion, and where organisations get into difficulty is where the line between governance and management gets a bit blurred and people step over that line. I think this is a very valuable document, and I think the time is coming when we probably need to have a more fulsome discussion about what our core business is and what we actually prioritise. And that's not now. I think this is very useful. It's very valuable to our discussion now. But if we want to economise, then we need to have a different discussion, which is core business and what our priorities and I don't, we haven't allotted time in this whole process of the LTP to do that this time, but it may be something we want to do in the future. Yeah, anything. I think it's a timely sort of awareness of what's happening here.
Jeremy.
Just in regards to the numbers, I always view when we talk about accountability is that this is the community's budget. This is our budget. Almost brings us the budget, but that's why we asked a few questions. And I think there's a point where you go, well, look, okay, we've seen the numbers. Yeah, I mean, you go fine tooth comb, but I don't think we need to do that. But it's actually still just bringing clarity, because you get asked questions, trying to understand the business, because we do get it. If there's anything wrong, we get asked the questions. And where's the money going and things, and it just gives a wee bit more information. Now, a lot of councillors might not be interested in the detail. Some of us have a wee interest in looking at numbers. But I'm accountable to this, to my community. If I can't answer questions about where the money, where it's going, then I'll put my hand up. So I'm not doing it trying to pry, it's actually just gathering knowledge of how the clicks. So, and the more money we take out of the community, the more questions will get asked. There's no buts about that. So to me, and this has been good, because the questions they'll get asked me, I'll be coming and saying, asking our team, and they'll be able to answer them. That's what I'm seeing here. So, and we've got a bit more than not getting an answer at all. And so it's good.
And there'll be more of it.
Yeah.
And I think, thanks, Wilma, for allowing us to look at the gearbox. As I've always said, we don't have to look at it, we're not supposed to put a hand in it, and that's the difference between management and government. At the end of the day, we'll come up with a budget figure, which one employer will work with. But it's good to be able to have these discussions. So I think we can probably move on. It's So are we moving to only if Stephen and Phil at the stage, or we've got more to do?
You going to public excluded?
Through you, Chair, we were due to go through the funding request, but we've actually got people coming along online to talk about the proposed rating changes. So Phil Moore, legal advisor, and Stephen Halliwell, who's been supporting the rating review process. So I think it would be better if we went into that, and then we can come back to the funding request afterwards if it's
okay. So you want to go into public excluded now to have that conversation, or?
I don't think it needs to be straight off. It's when you want to seek some legal advice in relation to
Okay,
why you
right.
need to do that.
So we're all good. Okay. Where are we at? Rules there. Stephen. Phil at the stage, or a bit more?
Page 40.
Afternoon, Stephen. Can you hear us? Afternoon, Phil.
You hear me?
Yep. Okay.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Good afternoon, Stephen. Page 1, Appendix 2. Just wondering if you were happy to just introduce, council has read the document. Just wondering if you wanted to give a summary. It's a very fulsome document, so you're not going to see your Stephen's introduction to the paper, please. Page 1, Appendix 2. Wondering if you were happy to
Reduced with regulars with the document. It's one really long to give a summary. It's very fulsome document, so you know. Basically, appendix 2.
Can't hear you, Stephen. Is what is there some-
We've got a problem with the
A lot of feedback.
It's one really long to give a summary.
There we go.
Yeah, so that is actually Stephen's.
So now Phil's, he's muted.
So
That might
Phil,
help.
it might have been Phil.
Yeah.
Okay.
Can you start again, Stephen? We would, sounds like you're underwater somewhere.
Right, in amongst all that underwater stuff, I didn't hear what Tanya said.
Oh, I said
Three times.
so good afternoon, Stephen. Councillors have read the paper, which is a very fulsome and detailed paper that you've provided for us. Wondering if you could introduce it, please, just in summary.
Okay. Right, so I'll start with that we're talking about a separate consultation that was done alongside the LTP on the revenue financing policy and the rates review. Yeah, and that was all in the document that we talk about here is the statement of proposal. Essentially what we're doing is we're changing, modifying the revenue and financing policy, the funding and the funding needs analysis, which are two documents required of us under law. And the revenue and financing policy is gets added to the LTP at the last minute, a strange quirk of the legislation. The revenue and financing policy and the decisions we make in a revenue and financing policy last for 3 years, ideally. Should we need to change revenue and financing policy before the next LTP, we would have to do a special consultation process to do that, and possibly, depending on the change, an amendment to a long-term plan. The proposal we put to change the revenue and financing policy was to introduce a single flood protection rate, and in doing so, 40 catchment rates, and move the biosecurity and land sustainability rates to the general rate. We also, in that policy, make a decision as to whether we use debt or not to fund our activities, and so we had a policy adjustment in there that flood protection infrastructure could be funded from borrowing. So that's the overview of that. We received 329 submissions, all up or thereabouts, and many of those submissions, because we had concurrent submission process running, it was difficult at times to always understand where whether a submission was about an LTP matter or about the statement proposal. So I've been reasonably liberal in working with the team on what the themes to the consultation on the statement of proposal was coming from submitters, and we've got those there in the document. We consider benefit, affordability, the WIL catchment concerns, the use of debt to fund infrastructure, the consultation process, and whether or not to introduce a differential. Quickly going through each of one of those matters. Benefit, you may recall early in the workshops, I talked about benefit being very subjective. New Zealand, 6% of the population are vegans. They have a different view to the farm than a beef farmer would have towards a beef farmer and the benefit of that. And that's just a simple example. And what we've seen in the submissions is council took a view
that the benefit of infrastructure, of flood infrastructure, was largely regional, and that reflected the decisions and the proposals that council put. Other people came and submitted that they saw the benefit as being more direct, closer to the rivers and that sort of thing. So we will, at the moment, the funding needs analysis has documented the benefit to be both of those, but with more weight on the regional matter. Of course, in considering benefit is only one of the 5 factors under law that we have to consider from legislation. Affordability in the context of the rates review is different from the context of the discussion around the size of the budget. And so what, talking about affordability in the rates review, you saw in the presentation, Tanya did thing that some parts of the region are going up and some parts of the region are going down. One of the things that the area that is or the ratepayers that are outside of the averages on the higher end paying more are all of those properties that are outside of the catchments, and that's or a catchment and not paying a river rate, and so that's 7,500 properties, or 15% of all properties are currently not paying a river rate, and so all of those properties will be paying more. And so when you're considering affordability, they're probably the group that stand out in terms of the rates review. Wire catchment, we're going to address that separately because of some complexities there. But on the agenda and the public statements that were made, Meridian saw that the proposal for the flood protection rate meant that the wire agreement would change to the point of not effectively being replaced and therefore not pursuant to the agreement. So we'll get some more advice on that shortly. The other thing was the concern about the use of debt infrastructure. I think it's really important that the use of debt to fund infrastructure these are all policy decisions. They don't necessarily relate to, they don't necessarily automatically mean that there is a budget matter. So having the ability to borrow has actually always been in the policy, even before the borrowing that occurred in the last 3 years. So just because you have a policy that allows for borrowing doesn't mean to say you will be borrowing. And so there's some tidying up. Actually, no, there's no, that the borrowing clause doesn't need tidying up. There's concerns about consultation. That was particularly hard to work out which option to consider there. And then the last was several people introduced the idea of differentials. And in looking at the policy, I discovered that we had a little mismatch there where we could allow differentials on targeted rates, but not on the general rate. So we're proposing a change to be consistent there so that a decision in the future to have or not have differentials can be made. And at the end of all of that, we come up with options for transitioning, which address both some of the issues raised by submitters in the rates statement of proposal, as well as matters you've been discussing around budgets and stuff like that. So that's my high-level quick summary.
Right, questions for Stephen? I've got Peter.
Thanks, Mr. Chairman. Just want to make a wee statement, like I've always done, but then ask Stephen a question too. Right at the top, it says that from the submitters are concerned that funding does not align with benefit. I think I take responsibility as a council. We never really communicated it that well to the community what we mean by collective responsibility. I'm just going to say that. Also, what's going on? So I've lost my train of thought. I'll get back. So the other thing that we need to realise too is that our catchment liaison committee chairs were in this room with us. They helped us and helped guide us in developing concepts around community protection and shared benefit. So we took advice from them and with the council. So I find that quite hard. I also, Stephen, I'll get into my question here. What other regional councils have grappled with going from land value to capital value to reflect the shared benefit? Have you had any experience or know of any other councils that have gone through this process of this rather large change?
There's a number of examples, and I think Tania's got a better memory of that than me.
Just this year, Councillor Hawke's Bay undertook a really massive exercise equal to ours. At the same time, both BT, Waikato and Otago Regional all contracted Morrison Low to do something similar for themselves to a different degree. Prior, Northland Regional Council undertook something similar. So they're all looking to try and rationalise and understand the modern view of what catchment rating looks like. So it's top of mind for many of the councils.
So we're not just grappling with these changes by ourselves. And look, from myself and going to those meetings, and I was quite invested in those catchment liaison committee meetings, and I understood that proposal reasonably well. But having a chance to look back on it, there was some complication in that. So maybe this transition option that we do have, we could seriously look at.
What I've got me. Just some of the feedback we did get through the process was about some the direct benefit or even an indirect benefit rather. We put it on a flat rate, and I think we felt in fairness that everybody paying something was fair, but some of the feedback we've got was some people got more benefit than others, and so I think obviously that's something we need to give a wee bit of thought to. We certainly don't want to have 140 rates across the districts, but I guess one of the questions raised was you could have a flatter rate, but not necessarily a dead flat rate. Would you like to comment on that, Stephen?
Yeah, and I think this is where the transition option provides us a lot of benefit to develop that and consider that more, and do that with the catchment committees, because in order to implement a transition rate based on the modelling that we've been doing, in the first year you're going to keep the catchments, all of the catchments operating, and then you will transfer away for that through the transition process. But it gives you that time to just have a deeper look at what options we have, because we haven't considered a mixed option and a great deal. And yeah.
Thanks for that. I guess the one that follows on from that is like at the airport, we spent a lot of money on infrastructure. Well, it is a regional asset. Certainly the discussion around perhaps a targeted rate for where the most benefit lies. Actually, a similar question to the last time, I suppose.
Yeah, so at the end of that report, there's an option for us, again, by having transition to spend some time looking at the options in that space. The options for forestry was raised by submitters, as well as the differentials. So all those three things, we have this option with a transition to develop those as well.
Thanks, Stephen. Jeremy.
Just in regards to the differential, if there was, I know I said the other day, you either get wet feet or you don't if there was a flood. Could be a very easy way, removed with the technology we have with 2D modelling, LiDAR, that we could easily find where the river flows if there was no flood banks, and the benefit for those ones that when we put those banks back in, there's a direct benefit for them. And to be honest, even I know, for example, in the Gore town, there's 2 levels. Well, it's actually 3 levels, but there's actually 2 levels on the flat. Some won't get flooded. So it could be easily actually done with the technology we have, and just a slight differential in that. That eliminates 140 catchments. It could be one or the other. That you dry feet, you haven't dry or wet feet. It sounds a bit silly, but it could be very simple too. But then again, there's still that point that that everybody is contributing a bit. It's just that we direct bit, which I'm getting a feeling in the local community, there is a bit of that. We need to, whether we can challenge that, have a look at it, I don't know, but I'll just put it out there.
You want to comment on that, Stephen?
It's the same as the transition option gives us time and space to deliver something there that reflects that. And one of the things I think it's important that these models are complex, and every time we change one thing, it affects something else. And Tania and her team have done an awesome job at making sure we don't have strange and unusual outliers in there, and so yeah, absolutely, it's something that can be done. To get it done before we adopt this LTP is probably unreasonable.
Peter.
Yes, Mr. Chairman. Also, just pick up Stephen talking what a transition could allow. There were some submitters here that spoke very strongly around the catchment liaison committee structure itself, and I just want to pick up on that through the submissions. That they thought to go to full status, I think electable status, they said, would be a really good thing. And what I'm picking up, Stephen, is that might give us a bit of time to explore those of what that would mean.
Yes.
I know a lot of the catchment chairs believe, well, they seem to believe over time that their status will be diminished, but that may not be the case at all. So I think we should be having those discussions as time goes on. That's a comment, Stephen. I don't know, it's a question.
John.
Yeah, just go back to Jeremy's point. What this process has shown is the 140 classifications aren't actually that clearly done. An example is there are properties that side rivers that don't have flood protection that do pay a higher rate than just the fact they get the luxury of being beside the river. So no direct benefit, yet they have high rates. The only benefit they have is creating room for the water to go for the people downstream. So yeah, there is another side to the direct benefit argument in this within the complicated rate system we're currently working with that I think we can all say has some very unfair points about it, but yeah, scrutinisation of it's interesting.
Wonderful.
Thanks, Chairman. The QVs that are on a 3-year cycle of, rotation, have we factored that into the transition model? So, because I'm guessing that, if the Invercargill City has a big increase whenever it's due, then so we factored that in, Stephen?
Tanya.
More time?
Yes, short answer, councillor. Through the equaliser every year, only one is physically revalued, the other two are revalued on paper.
So, yes, I understand. But have we taken particular note of that in the transition proposals coming?
That will continue and is a fair representation of what's happening.
Okay.
Alistair.
Through our submission process, we were told that QV wasn't effective enough. In other words, some properties side by side had different values, and therefore they had different rates. Now, we've got to get a method of getting over that so that it is fair to everybody. And I'm going to do it.
I think we're pretty much stuck with that system, and it is clunky. I've asked the question why we couldn't do the revaluation once every 3 years, and the last trial they were a bit more receptive. But are we going to? And people can complain if they want to.
They can contest the valuation if they want.
We're assuming we have no details of those properties. QV, particularly in larger commercial properties and rural properties, do spend some time. I think it's a drive-by for a residential to be fair. For the farms, I've heard the auditor, this valuer general, suggest that there's a lot of complexities in valuing farms, right down to the consent types that they have and their ability to apply nitrogen. So they do spend some time on the valuation, and we can only hope that it's correct.
But that was where we got the pushback, wasn't it?
Look, I've heard a couple suggest that that was wrong, but well, it's 51,300 properties. We have to trust the valuer general. That's the best objective measure we've got, and every other council uses them. We actually 70% of our rates are currently on capital value now, using the same valuation.
Any further questions at this stage?
Just to clarify, if we went to a transition period, that we could look at these options in the next year. We're not setting ourselves a firm direction. That's what I'm trying to understand.
I can read out Stephen's recommendations and explain the transition if that's would be helpful. Recommendation A is that we modify the funding needs analysis to reflect the separate activities of catchment planning, river management, flood. So at the moment, our funding needs analysis has them together as one activity and one rate. What we're suggesting is that we pull these back apart as they are now. So 3 of those 4 currently exist. We do not have at the moment the flood infrastructure activity or rate because we haven't been building flood infrastructure. That we modify the revenue and financing policy to allow for differentials. So that was a comment Stephen was making about just to give us future flexibility for differentials should we want to do that. The rates review proposal will be amended to a 2-year transition as follows. So the catchment planning activity, which is Randall's team of himself, his assistants, his engineers, his planners, and his operations team, would be funded through the general rate. Now currently they've already funded 60% through the general rate, so this is just really natural 100%. Our proposal though is to split catchment planning into 2. So, it's actually 1, but what we're saying is with Waiau there would be no change. So currently we charge on a time and kilometre basis for Waiau, and that we would continue to do that. And for everybody else, that would be funded. The 60/40 would go to 100%, is what we're saying. Catchment That's year 1 and year 2, no change. Year 3, part 3. So river management, which is what we currently call river works, but is known throughout the rest of New Zealand as river management, or river and stream management, is funded at the moment 30% general rate, 70% by the targeted rate by the locals in that community. The proposal here is that we leave the targeted rate system in place, which is we leave the classifications, the 140 rates in place, just slightly tweak the general rate component from 30% to 50%. Other than that, stays the same. YL river management would stay the same. YL does not receive any general rate. It has not since 1996, and I'm not sure what happened before that. So it is fully funded by the contribution from the Meridian Agreement. So no plan to change that. The flood infrastructure investment rate, the proposal was that, so now we've split out the other activities. The flood infrastructure rate is down to $1 million, $1.1 million. And that would be divided up and rated across the region on a capital value basis as per the proposal. But now, as I say, we've pulled out another part. So we're looking, this for me, this is actually important. It allows ratepayers to see the difference between what they are funding and river management, which is actually a different activity to providing physical infrastructure. So the physical infrastructure rate would be targeted across the region. It says targeted, but it's across the region on a capital value rate. Now I did have those numbers, what that might cost. I can recalculate them shortly for you as an example. Actually, we've got the 3 potential options that we showed on the tables earlier, and I hope I updated the tables with the current rates. Did you get a copy of that?
Yeah, sorry. No, you sent it to me while I'm in here.
Okay. I might not have even sent it to you, sorry. My mistake. So I've updated the tables with the catchment rate. Those three options are already modelled in our system and put into our rate system, because we were asked the other day, is it possible to do this? I think councillor beside me said, is it possible to do this? This is a simple proposal, and it is already in our system as one. We've put 3 in to test them to make sure they work, and they do work. So just let you know that it's not onerous. It's complicated to get there, but it's not onerous. So that is in essence the proposal. There's 4 parts. Each of these, the 5th part is that land sus and bio would move from land value to capital value, but 50%. So not moving 100%. The reason for that is the catchment rates and the bio rates are sort of like 2 levers, and as Stephen said before, it is part of the package with the UAGC. The UAGC proposal, not written here, would be to retain the UAGC at the current rate for the transition, moving to the equivalent of $120 in the following year. And I've modelled that to see that it works. My only desire is to try and have a balanced transition. That's what I'm trying to do.
I think that's what we're all trying to do, Tanya.
Yeah.
Jeremy.
So just when you look at flood and infrastructure investment, if for some of the reason we decided to change it, what do we differential into? I'm just saying, given an option in the future, are we able to change that? All these,
yes,
and we can have the option.
The options are there, but Stephen can correct me, for each of these rates to be either a general rate, a capital value rate, targeted rate, or a UAGC or a UAC. They change.
So, and if we altered these, if we said, well, okay, we'll do this in the transition, do we have to consult? We go to consulting next. If we alter these again,
no, these are, and again, Stephen can correct me, these are amendments that we're suggesting, having considered the submissions.
Yes.
They're not, I don't think they're in any way outside of our remit.
Yeah, I'm talking about in 12 months' time.
Yeah, so honestly, we would start again very soon.
Yeah.
With the discussion around catchment after we've all had a break. And we would start again with the communication on
It is
the,
it is a
on the
consulting
catchment
process.
piece. And it would be consulted in the annual plan, Stephen, prior to the annual plan.
Particularly if we're looking at options like freshwater management unit and differentials, it's almost certain we'd have to consult. If we were to just take the catchment planning and the river management and the flood protection, and we agreed on, let's say we agreed on as listed there in the report, then there is potential that could be covered off in the revenue and financing policy and then just implemented in year 2 as a matter of course. So it does depend as to whether you'll need a special consultation.
Paul.
Thank you. I believe at the start of this, the purpose was to simplify the 140. And I think it's been called unfair rating system. And I would say it was messy. We were trying to simplify this. We worked through workshops with the catchment liaison, chairs as a stakeholders. Part of that was, did we include the right people? Because the end outcome included a lot more than just the catchment liaison chairs and the people that they associate with. It really included a lot more businesses and a lot more commercial. Maybe we should have included more stakeholders. But now that we're talking about transition and capital, it all just seems like it's a bit messier than what our original was. And I can imagine just fiddling with our old system may have been a better result than what we're currently looking at now, with a couple of different options that where we've got a major submitter, we've got an issue there that and Stephen's just said about an individual FMU, and going back to that, where it's a lot messier than where we started. And I don't think that's a good thing. I can imagine the 140 is just like a filter box. You know, when you're doing booking.com, you filter it with one room unit or whatever. But at the moment, we're going from a 140 to a transition to it. Just seems like it just didn't work, didn't hit the straps very well.
Can I answer that?
Yeah.
I don't agree. It was a massive project, and I think we really put it out there to the community, and we got people talking about it. And I think it was one of the councillors here, it was either Peter or Councillor McPhail, said we need people to be talking to us. And what we learned an amazing amount. One of the things I learned is that people know very little about their rates. Of the 10 presentations I did, I think it was on a handful of people could have told me what they're currently paying catchment rates, and one of them's here.
Yes.
Very few other people, and if we really genuinely want to discuss catchment rates, it's an education process, and I don't think this has been a bad thing. I think this is a step. We've heard what was said to us. There's many things said, even from the use of their reserves, which is very important to them, that it be used in their community, through to we want to talk more about this. The number of the catchment chairs support the capital value. What they were concerned about a lot was, did all their people understand it? And what we're suggesting is, and yeah, no, not all of them did, because they don't understand the current one. So I'm very supportive of this transition process, because it moves us ahead to where we wanted to go as a council, the recommendation on redistributing the costs, but it gives us time to go back to the community and say, okay, well, let's have another talk about your thoughts on this, because this is what we were intending to do, and we can just move the next step. Now, the next step may be what we originally proposed. It might be a different form. We've put in here a potential FMU. It's only a suggestion, but it recognises the local piece, which is what we also heard from the bank, is we want to have local involvement, local control. So an FMU is a simplified, bigger version of a catchment, but it works within our other integrated catchment management. And it would allow one or two rates within an FMU that could achieve all the things that we were recommending at the beginning. It's just going to take a bit longer. So that's my view from having been deeply involved in this.
You indicating before or just indicating?
Yeah, it was.
I've got Peter, I've got John, I've got Alice, I've got myself.
Mr. Chairman, I just like to support that discussion. I think it's a really good point. And ever since I've been going, and through the catchment liaison committees, we have been relying on our people that work and live adjacent to the rivers for their expertise. And one constant theme that's been coming in since I've been on the council and going to those meetings is that the current model was unsustainable. Tony's right, you often ask that question in the room, and I think, yes, there was only 2 people that put their hand up with any confidence to understand that. So that system suited its purpose. It absolutely did. But now is a time that we're going to move from a management phase into a works phase in the catchment, and we need a new mechanism to support that. So that was the basis around this proposal. I think if we were to move to a transitionary model, we would have to be very clear in what we're setting out to do and be very strict around our timelines and not be so as opaque, you could say there, and I think that's really important. So I'm pretty sure the 140 catchment rates started off less complex in those earlier discussions. I'd be concerned. It's sort of like walking out of a restaurant and everyone wants to pay for their individual meals and who had a beer and who didn't and who had the creme brulee and who had the mud cake. We can get into that discussion, but maybe we just have to split it 10 ways. I'm just saying. So look, let's not forget of what the groups and the people that we trusted wanted right from the outset and to follow through with it. Maybe a transitionary, maybe we did go a bit further in front of people, didn't do a good enough job in explaining what that means. I'm just saying maybe.
Phil Moore has to go somewhere else in 20 minutes, so we'll come back to this, but we might go to Phil now.
So I just need to check, is that a public excluded matter?
Do we need to move into public excluded, Phil, or do you want to start off in public? You're nodding.
So grounds to move into public excluded are to maintain legal professional privilege, section 7.2G.
I'll move.
I'll second.
Moved and seconded. There's Eric and Peter. All in favour will say aye. 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 And we can recommence the live stream and then we can continue the discussion.
Can I just make it?
Would you like a 10-minute tea or coffee break while they organise that?
How much longer are we going to go?
How long's a piece of string?
We better have some coffee.
How about 3?
3:30. Are we aiming for 3:30?
units of the rates down to river management rates, they will benefit in this as well because they're not currently in river management rates. So it's a benefit to them in the initial stages. And in the next 12 months, while we work our way through those kind of things, we can discuss, as Councillor, as Chair was saying, and Councillor McPhail, is there a benefit and an indirect benefit calculation to be had in the future? I did look at their rates, to be fair, they're not extraordinary. I was concerned, I was aware of them. The rates haven't increased hugely, but that's relative, I suppose, to your own budget.
I would go the next step and say the power price is okay there. Not okay there, but the guys in Pāhi have actually manufactured theirs.
Just in that discussion what they're talking is that there are some properties that feed into Otago, don't have benefit. Yeah, they're paying goes that way rather than this way, and we're taxing get the rates. That's sort of on the other way too. So.
Peter.
Yeah, just regard to that discussion about Rekia, Stuart on, it's a really good point. It is a talking point, isn't it? Obviously, well, maybe not obviously, but the airport is critical infrastructure for the island. So maybe, that's what we talk about shared benefit, isn't it? Highly beneficial, and I'm sure many islanders would look at a contribution towards that or something potential.
More or less, I know the day is getting on. We probably want to finish by 4:30. I think at the end of the day, Tanya wants to perhaps put out some numbers after what we've been saying this morning. That really, because obviously staff will want direction for next week on where we want to go with some of those crucial things, reserves, etc.
Can I make a suggestion that we might get through, right? Just going to check in, Chair, with Rachel, that there was still some other matters that you wanted to get through today, but I do understand that Tanya has actually had a look at what the proposed use of reserves may, how that might impact the rates. So, Rachel, did you have some, just thinking about the rest of today and then Monday?
Do you want to do 20 minutes or something on that, and we'll just give a little bit of time, even quarter of an hour at the 4:15 for Tanya to give that update.
The main substantive matter, we haven't gone through yet, the funding requests. I believe the majority of the staff recommendations we've suggested finding funding, that comes out of reserves. That probably isn't going to make too much difference to what Tanya is going to present to you in a moment. But I think that we can very happily to go through the budget adjustments based on the discussion we had this morning, and then you might like to come back to the funding request either later today or on Monday.
Right.
And you'll see them now.
Yeah, they're in the funding requests are in the deliberations pack already.
Page 17, Councillor.
So page 17, starting with funding requests.
Speak to the first one, actually.
Okay, the first one was the future is rail.
If I can just give you a quick update, we're obviously still in regards to the rail. Sorry, I know. I was just going to say that they're probably taken care of through other, maybe the road transport RTP that they've presented to every ORC, everybody basically, and I think there is a future a study going to be done on transport, and that's obviously been a bit of a focus. There's been quite an interest in the rail, so I think they're going to develop that into that. So I would say that it's been sorted on the other areas within this business.
Yes.
On
Through the committee.
The other committee.
Yeah.
So we don't need to worry about that.
Yeah, look, that's very helpful. Rachel?
Just to add to Councillor McPhail's comments, so you're following that discussion, the wording that's being proposed to the different councils to include and to put forward to our individual councils for the draft decisions is to refer the concept of a scoping study to the South Island Regional Transport Committee. So yeah, just picking up where the Regional Transport Committee got to yesterday and reflecting it that way in your decision.
That's good. Neville, do you have a comment?
No, Mr. Chairman, to observe that it failed in the past because of insufficient passenger interest in it. But if the Transport Committee is going to be looking at that, that's fine.
Morris.
Yes, Chairman. Well, I'll just try to get things going a bit. I agree with everything in the recommendations under the funding requests, that table there. The only question no, I don't really. I think the Thriving Southland one, number 195, is good. Provide that 235k that will be funded. And then the other bit, 215B, looked at next year. But other than that, all those other ones make a lot of sense to me.
I've got John, then I've got Jeremy.
Just on the mid-dome, like I think we do need to support it, but also we're very clear that if it only goes in half cocked, that's a waste of money. If we do decide to do some funding, can that be linked to the fact that they can show that they have sufficient funding there on top of what we supply to actually achieve the job? Because there's no point us putting in 50k or 80k and us losing a fight. I know it sounds pretty harsh, but that is a concern. It's all or nothing really for those bloody trees.
I'll sit with you.
Simply because I've got Peter, Jeremy, then Robert.
Yeah, thanks, Mr. Chairman. I'll just declare an interest. I am a new trustee on the Mid-Dome Trust. So I won't be commenting there, but I will want to support 195 Thriving Southland. We talk a lot around in this group around wetland construction, non-regulatory ways to improve water quality, and this seems like a really good conceptual idea around partnering with Thriving Southland. They have boots on the ground, boots under the kitchen table around this province. Why do we think it's got that work has to emanate out of this council? We can partner with this group to do something really special for the province. So I'm just highlighting something that I really support. Thank you.
Right, I've got Jeremy, Robert, then myself.
Yeah, I'll probably agree with I'm just going with that mid-dome scenario. We can't keep, we've got to keep it down there. And the government need to front up too, because it'll be wasted if it doesn't carry on. And definitely the thriving. I was just going to question, these are just one off, not yearly, I take it. And it's all about seeding. It's about leveraging. We know what they can leverage if they've got a bit of money, and then the catchment group. It's just about encouraging it. It's a great idea.
Thank you. Yes, with regard to Mid-Dome, I entirely agree with John, and I've always thought that all of that money that's gone into that project is at risk at the moment that arrives, which has arrived now, and that isn't the fund. And I haven't seen anything put forward that indicates that they've done work on the big picture, addressing that very question. If there had been, I'll be perhaps somewhat moved by it, but I'm not. I think it's money down the drain, quite frankly. And despite the problem, it's not an effective way forward for managing that problem, because it also, the driver behind us is maintaining the status quo of that kind of farming up in those areas. And that contradicts the work by the Parliamentary Commissioner, Climate Change Commissioner, Simon Upton. Simon?
Yeah.
Yeah, and so what he's describing does not fit in with the scenario of a continual battling of trees in order to maintain that kind of land use. And also, I'm sorry to say, but with Thriving Southland, for all their value, John mentioned that they provide lots of services, valuable services for us, and do work that we might otherwise have to do, but I'm only hearing anecdotal discussion around that. I would be convinced if there was a paper of some sort put forward to show that they really will take up the load. But I haven't seen that. And again, putting money toward that institution supports the status quo again, which again contradicts with Mr. Upton's proposals for agriculture in New Zealand. That's all I want to say.
Thank you. Now, meanwhile, talking the thriving, and I think the idea that it could come out of the reserve that's indicated, I think does make sense. But going back to mid-dome, this group has been going for a long time. They haven't asked for any increase in funding over the years. It's set at 50,000. There is a long-term plan that within about 3 years, those blocks that have been cleared go back to the landowner. It becomes their responsibility. And also, our predecessors have probably got a little bit of skin in the game who planted those wildlings. So I believe
blood on their hands.
If we don't continue to support them, and it's a very modest. It won't solve it unless government funding comes back. But it's a compelling argument going forward to say we've just spent 100 million. It's all wasted unless we finish the job. So,
he wants to explain that there's more than our 50,000 in your house.
Oh, Paul, okay.
Through you, just to provide a little bit of extra context, the council has always provided 50,000 towards the mid-dome work, and obviously this is an increase, but also that's also matched by money that comes through from MPI. So that happened long before the COVID funding came through. And so combined, whilst it's still modest, it's still enough to run a programme off. Now, obviously, when COVID came along, the contribution significantly increased. And now we're back to those same limits again. But yeah, this is a partnership programme that is contributed by MPI and ourselves. So just to add that extra context.
No, thanks for that, Paul.
So can I just add, I guess my point is either we fund it so it happens, or we don't fund it all. That's my view. Like, you know, if it needs more funding, let's visit that option maybe. I don't know. Let's not half cock it.
It's my feeling it's probably enough for this year, but that could well be revisited in the following conversation. So we've got Jeremy, we've got Alistair and Peter.
Alistair might have the hand up first.
No, Jeremy.
I was just going to say, obviously, we do have another one with Joyce there in regards to the beach cleanup. Just making sure we.
Number 31.
Number 31 there, and annual funding allocation. So we'll continue, obviously, we do fund that anyway, do we? Yes, so it's just.
Through you, Chair, there is a community activity allocation within the marine fee. I think it's over 30,000 to 40,000, but it covers the cost of that particular activity.
And I think the activity usually costs around 100 plus to do.
Yeah, we're not paying for it all, and it's a very worthy project.
Just duly noting that, so I'm happy with that.
I'll be happy with 15.
Good, Alistair.
As far as the mid-dome goes, I believe we either see that it's going to get a whole lot of money or none at all, because 80,000 is not going to go anywhere, really, when you look at what has been spent there. And when we come to thriving, we make sure that we put our money in there as long as the whole thing is going to go again, because it's very valuable.
Good. Well, Peter,
just want to see the submission here around the Environmental Enhancement Fund increase. Commentary that I support from Council. It's recommended that this request be considered in the 25-26 annual plan. So just supporting that commentary there.
Thanks. So I was going to mention the Environmental Enhancement Fund also, and cognizant of the fact that the bulk of that money that we have access to currently will expire in a year. So that annual plan, pushing some of those considerations into the 25-26 annual plan is going to be a very tricky conversation because we won't have anywhere near the funds that we've got at the moment, which I don't agree with, but just raising that point really, and I'm absolutely okay with the marine fee cleanup and the driving Southlands and the mid-dome, provided that it actually jobs point.
Thanks, Lyndall. Rachel, would you like to comment?
I was just going to draw councillors' attention to the fact that for year on two onwards, there is a 2% lift in the level of the year, 2% lift in the level of service that you agreed through the workshop process, which could continue to fund some of that activity. So just highlighting that you would want to obviously work through that as part of the annual plan process, but there is potential funding sitting there.
Rachel. Any further comments? So we have staff actually got a bit of direction out of that or not? It's,
I'm not sure if we've got certainty about the $30,000 for mid-dome.
Again, through you, Chair, the list there actually does split the mid-dome request into two. So there's the 30,000 out of the proposed to be accommodated out of the surplus from the biosecurity area. But the second part is looking at, I guess, what additional funding could be made available as part of the 2025-26 annual plan as well. So that would enable further discussion to occur in terms of the long term.
Can I ask you about that? Because we talk about stock bank management and everybody paying toward that because of the economic good, overall good. The economic overall good from land that's occupied by wilding pines, how is that everybody's issue? And is it have we assessed the value of that to the wider community and to the economy? Because surely we have to use the measure for both.
I can answer a little bit, Councillor, from my discussion with Ellie Mead, that we have to do an economic assessment on all biosecurity PPs, and that there's a significant multiplier apparently. I can't explain it, but maybe Paul can.
And have potential for wilding pines to draw down carbon out of the atmosphere being factored into their economic, which I bet it hasn't.
I don't believe that work has been completed, Councillor, although I would perhaps take that away and come back to you with some clarification. Obviously, it's a regional, well, it's a national issue, it's a regional issue, and obviously further impacted by the expansion of forestry with Douglas fir as well. So it's becoming a regional issue, not just an historical issue with the contortia, but also now with new plantations. So certainly a regional issue. But in terms of the carbon sequestration issue, I would need to come back to you on that.
Morris.
I don't normally disagree with Robert, Mr. Chairman, but the ecological damage that wilding pines occurs in the high country, you must know that. No one has to talk to Brian Rance about it. Just complete obliteration of that huge ecosystem, natural native plants and everything. No question.
Yeah, I know.
Look, there's multiple issues there. That the fire risk of these things get away, the ability for more places for predators to habitate. I think this is more than just a landowner or subsidising dock. This is actually a multi-pronged approach. I'm picking we've got reasonable consensus on
straw vote.
Right, yeah, we'll run through them.
Train, no.
It sounds like it's under the transport,
It's Jeremy's problem.
the extra 30K from mid-dome or in favour.
Yes, with conditions.
Conditions. Yes.
She did ask for another, dig out some of our rates as well, didn't she?
That's
If you wanted, she wanted 80K plus.
Yeah.
Are you wanting a show of hands?
I think if go for mid-dome, show of hands for.
Well, hang on, it's not a for and against, mate.
Well, we've got to give some direction to staff.
The situation is that this can go forward, but if they can't get any more money, we're not going there.
I'm with you.
Exactly. There's two of us.
Well, I'm hearing conditional.
Yes.
Versus
Yeah,
conditional.
Yeah.
I'll bring that back to us.
So can I just be clear, the fact that there is additional money in here is not just our 80,000, there's also the MPI.
We've got to see that.
No, we know that, it's already been in their work program and budget. So Paul, can you just confirm that we know that there is MPI money in the next financial year, please?
Yes, I believe that's the case, that the money is being continues, and as well, I think there's also a DOC contribution in that arrangement in Southland as well. So it is a part of a larger program, albeit smaller since the COVID funding has run out, but still, a significant program making some difference. Obviously, if government were to,
To what extent though?
Yeah. So do you know what the MPI contribution is?
I would need to double check, but I think it's a similar amount, around the 70,000 mark, and DOC would be the same, but I can confirm.
Perhaps we could come back on that one, because I think, didn't they get some of the extra 10 million as well from government? Let's scale right back that they did put some money.
So the direction then is that we need to come back to you to show what our $30,000 contribution is to an overall program of work. And what would you like us to do?
And an assessment of a projection of the likelihood of success with the project into the future, if possible.
So we can bring back what the proposal is. I understand that the proposal is about trying to maintain the already significant gains that they have made there. A very similar strategy is the one that we're using with Underi, which is now that we've been successful, is to keep it below flowering. So that's my understanding. But we can come back and bring that to you on Monday. So is that the direction?
And so there's a fully costed plan that they have prepared that it's quite easy.
There is, Peter, and we've seen it. So we'll bring it back to you so you can see it.
John and Jeremy.
No, that was pretty much all I was asking.
Okay, so that's fine.
I just don't want to be the person in the council that withdraws from something that it looks like we've given up on something like this, because they've invested millions of dollars into it, the government, and we want to make sure, hey, this needs to carry on. We need to make sure the government stays.
I would.
Yeah, well, your opinion's your opinion.
My recommendation to you is that you support this, councillors, but I think we'll be hearing that you want to.
Because you told me it's my opinion.
Okay.
And it's a 30K increase, not an 80K.
That one will be addressed. Okay. We've got
Mine now.
So Thriving Southland is $235,000 in this coming financial year. So it's not, there's a proposal for this financial year, it will spread across multiple financial years.
It was a one-off for seed funding, was my understanding.
Do we know that there are $235,000 worth of projects waiting to go? Or would this be an allocation based on there being projects actually coming to us for funding?
No, Richard gave a presentation, if you recall, and said those projects were there waiting.
Just that they're all shovel ready.
Available if they were funded.
I just wondered how shovel ready.
Have we seen them? Do we know what they are?
If I can say, you make a good point, so look, we can allocate money and it can be used when it's, I mean, I don't know whose bank you want it sitting in, so to speak, but it's there, you can allocate it. If it's no administration issues and things like doing it, it's one off.
I'm just thinking that, you know, he had the ideas of things, but whether they are in fact all just shovel ready.
We're just not going to hand over to him.
Clarity.
Okay,
And it may take 2 years if they need consent for wetlands with John.
Yeah, so I think the way I look at this is it's doubling your money. So just locally, we got a wetland program happening at Edendale that's just got off the ground, and Thriving is pulled together externally, not their funding, but they've pulled together just shy of 200 grand to deal with multiple wetlands and working through how that's going to look for the Edendale, dealing with the Edendale aquifer. It's not solving the groundwater, but it's certainly putting a buffer between the groundwater and the river. So they've got access to all this external funding they can bring into the southern region that we probably can't manage ourselves. So that is the benefit of investing in thriving.
Can I just make a comment? So we are supportive of this bid. Just want to be clear that the mechanism around which it's going to be funded and the nature of the way it works might actually be across financial years, and we don't know what that mechanism looks like, but we would support this. So, yeah.
Do we know, so have they given, I know they did a presentation, but do we have a paper that outlines those things that they're proposing? Because we're giving money, we want to see where it's going rather than just anecdotally.
That's why I'm saying that this is about approving the concept of this as opposed to the detail of how it would be funded. Not suggesting that you hand over $235,000 to them in a cheque.
You'll have to come to us and say, this is the thing.
You're asking for progress reports and seeing where the money's going. That's what they deal with Agmark on a daily basis.
With that in place, I'm happy.
That's the operational delivery. My concern was that this might actually go across financial years. I just wanted to be clear whether it was actually just all money there.
The other one is a beach cleanup. Most of the others are annual plan or not.
Yep.
Requests.
I think we had
Everyone have an annual plan discussion.
Yeah. Are we talking about the award ceremony here, or is that a different issue?
No, this is the beach, the Joyce Culp group that actually do a great job of cleaning up the beaches. So I'm certainly in favour of that one.
That's a submission.
Number 31 on.
Yes.
20.
Yes.
Yes.
Yes. Yes.
Robert's again said.
So that's all clear now. Thank you.
Good.
I want to make.
Can I just say about the cleanup? Picking up litter from other people allows them to continue to litter. It's a basic principle, and that's why Make New Zealand Beautiful or whatever it was, all the various councils have taken away their rubbish tins from parks and so on, because then people take it home.
If it was that might be the issue, but we've got stuff on Stewart Island that came from a West Coast dump. And
It's not because
And
rubbish bins are being moved.
And from Tuvalu.
The industry helped fund some of their cleanup of their
Tell
own.
the people in Tuvalu to clean their beaches.
a small amount of money, I think we do have a consensus on the up to 15,000.
Might want to check with Rachel where to next on this.
Tinker is Robert. King
Throw the
Tinker
rubbish
is
out.
Losing the will to live. I mean,
Sorry. Let me just check. So, can I just, okay, Rachel, can I just clarify? Also in here are our responses to other people's requests. So although we're not looking at the funding, in the commentary that provides you with direction in terms of what we're saying. So do you want to do that now? Or do you want to do that on Monday?
You'll see the full list of summary of submissions on Monday, so you get another chance to look at
Okay,
it.
that's fine. We'll do that on Monday. Thank you.
Okay.
recommendations still to cover off today, Rachel, do we?
Yes, although I wondered whether you wanted to actually finalise those. It would be good for us in terms of preparing draft responses for you, if you could run through the recommendations and just confirm what we've already discussed with us previously today.
I've read them, I don't have a disagreement with them, the recommendations and stuff are quite clear. Most of them are the ones that require some sort of decision from council about funding. Yeah. So, unless there's disagreement about any particular one, I suggest we move on.
So point us to the page with the recommendations, you'd like a bit more guidance on it further over, isn't it?
So you haven't gone through yet on page 4, the final recommendations,
Oh,
so pages 6 to 9. You may want to sort of caveat that it's depending on how the rest of your deliberations go on Monday, you may want to come back and make some further amendments, but essentially confirm the changes to the forecasting assumptions contained in table 1. Tania's got the budget adjustments you discussed discussed this morning in terms of table 2. And then just confirm that you are happy with that transition option that's recommended in appendix 2.
Yes. We're not setting that in stone, are we?
So Jeremy, you were speaking or moving or?
To be honest, there were a few, there have been some discussion around the UAGC, and we haven't actually dealt, is that at the right level? We need to sign that off. There were some pretty reasonable bit of substance to it, what we're looking to. So I don't know whether that fits in.
No, Chair, it's part of the appendix 2 discussion.
Yeah.
So the recommendations on the transition, if you wish, what you're asking for is, or suggesting is an amendment to the transition. Well, first of all, are we going to agree to the transition? And if so, then are you asking to amend the UAGC within that?
What, yeah, I suppose it's saying, well, what percentage is the UAGC at the moment? 143.
22,
22. And obviously there were some reasonably strong saying it should be 30%. We need to probably clarify that. I know you might not want to go there, but
it's for councillors to decide if they want to go there.
It's my understanding on the transitional arrangement, if we agree to it, we would stick with 143, was that's correct? So it wouldn't change from last year. But in the following year, if you did go, you would have to readjust, because that would make a difference too.
We don't know what it looks like if we haven't seen it.
So Chair, just to be clear, for councillors that are asking whether in agreeing to this, they're agreeing to this, which is not the point. The point at this stage is to give direction to the staff so that they can
present on Monday.
On Monday.
Yeah.
So you might wish to withhold on recommendation 9 until after Monday.
Correct. Not recommendation 9.
So we are looking for a degree of comfort for 6, 7 and 8. Moved by Neville. Waving his hand, but I'm not sure he was moving it. Seconded by Morris.
What are we?
Further discussion?
I think everybody's not clear about what we're doing at this point. So can
we
we
perhaps
just have
read
clarity?
those out? So we've a motion on the floor that we've done up to 5. So 6, 7 and 8. 6 is confirm changes to the forecasting assumptions contained in table 1 of appendix 1. Confirm the budget adjustments to be included in the draft 24-34 long-term plan. Refer to table 2 of appendix 1, and confirm the changes to the revenue ones in policy contained in appendix 2.
So is that?
Not set in stone.
Lyndall.
Can I just clarify that table 2?
Yes.
We talked about a whole lot of different numbers in there this morning. So are we talking about the table as it stands, or the table with the new numbers that we talked about?
So through you, Chair, we have a new table that we'd like to present to you, just to check that we have captured what you wanted.
Right.
So in that case, we should look at that before we move to recommendations.
Monday.
Yes.
No, I think, no, you can't recommend to us to go away and prepare material based on this. We've had a conversation today, Tony has actually updated that table.
I'll recommend the motion moved and seconded lie on the table until we have the updated financial presentation from Tanya now.
And were we going to take any notice of what Paul was saying earlier in the day, and with option 5?
What was about 5?
We're not going to find it in there.
No separate papers on fees and charges, and
No.
This is this.
But what he was putting up this morning, are we going to do anything with it, or do we just roll over the top and let him go?
Because if we get to the end and it hasn't been done, what's the point of raising it?
this is what I got the impression that the majority were reasonably happy with what's been presented. It's not hard for people to actually dig out that information. It's all there online. Have a look line by line. Otherwise, we're asking staff to do a whole lot of stuff. But I want an indication on that. Do you want to see 5 or 10 years actuals and budget? That's what you want.
So we're going from $45.8 million to $50.7 million. from last year to now. In the new long-term plan, year one. If you bring out new figures that drop that from 50.7, whatever, down to 45, how are you going to do it? Are you going to do it with capital reserves, which is $1 million, I think we were saying. That's only $1 million away from 5.8.
Can we park that till we see this information, because it might help? And
Are you saying that we have a zero rate increase?
Yep, and remain with 140 no capital value.
well, we could have a vote on that, and because that, to me, that is irresponsible and something we can't do. I'll certainly vote against it. The zero rate means we've got a slash and burn below what we're actually required to do.
Well,
but we can go around the room on
so
that one.
today we're looking for direction of things that we're going away to do.
Yeah.
So is there a direction? So I thought we'd actually address that to say that if you want to take that down, you need to find $4 million plus 10% of the budget to do that.
Well, no.
Well, you asked the difference, and I said that you asked how much it was.
Yeah.
And so the difference
That
between
goes
40.
That goes back to council funding.
Yeah,
What I'm saying is, in the costs of expenditure, show me if the costs can be cut by
a further 10%.
Yep.
So can we park that, Chair, and come back and see whether there's any direction from council as a whole to direct us to try and find 10% out of the budget? I would say that would be almost impossible to do without completely removing levels of service, and that would be quite tricky, but we can talk about that. Do you want to see, though, the matter that you asked, that council was asked to look at, which is a change to the amount that could be taken from reserves and what that would do to the rates as well? That's what's on the screen.
Yep, I think we'll move to that now, Tanya. We've got it up on the screen, have we? Yep.
Thank you. So to our left is the reserve usage that is proposed in the documents as part of the deliberation pack. And to the right, I have interpreted as best I can suggestions from the councillors this morning, which is extending out the use of the reserves. So the top ones, we've lost at the top, is biosecurity, and underneath it is land sus. Now I've changed, just as we were talking actually, I changed that from 200 to 170 because there was an agreement to use $30,000 of reserves from biosecurity to fund bottom line. So basically what we're saying there is 170,000 would fund a rate decrease and 30,000 would fund a wild and pine for years 2 and 3, and in year 4 we would drop that to 70 and 100. So retaining out effect, that would leave us with $617 in the $617,000 in reserve, which one could consider perhaps as that emergency balance that we've spoken of as for incursions. That would leave 853 in the land sus, from which you could consider that. I wasn't sure if we'd agreed, subject to that. So from that you would fund 235,000 for thriving. And then there's some extension here of the use of the leasehold reserves. We've added $1 million of reserve usage to what is in the deliberation here. The resulting rates numbers are 13.5 for year 1, 13.8 for year 2, 13.5 for year 3, and 4.7 for year 4. So it's my interpretation.
Yeah. Just in regards, so that hasn't got the gravel fund. And
no.
It's just the balance. And yeah, I was quite keen to see a couple million from the reserve, the leased land reserves in there. Can I see it? Can we easily change that? Is that a spreadsheet? Or can you give us? No, it doesn't have to be now, but can we just to see where just double the?
No.
Tony could probably put it on objective for people to have a play around with,
I
but
mean, it's
John?
I should not be able to do it now.
Just a question, thanks, Chief. Tanya, that rate increase, is that still including raising the proposed lift in our reserves, $1.5 million in the first year?
500, yeah. It's 500 a year. Still includes the 500 a year.
Plus the asset, plus the
Oh,
asset.
it includes.
I'm just about overall.
No change to the other ones, just these ones at the moment.
So we're still going up in reserves.
It'll reduce the overall rate.
Yeah, reduce the overall rate, but what I'm getting back to is the discussion around, yep, there's some reserves that need to lift, but there's some that can pull down. So what is the zero balance of reserves as far as what gets spent out and what comes in? What does that look like? Because if we're still adding reserves, they're still fat resistant.
So you want to know what the impact on the rate, on the reserve table will look like over 10 years is what you're asking.
Yeah, if we don't be taking more reserves in than what we're spending, what we currently are.
Yeah, sure.
Are you talking specifically about the bottom one, which was
Yes,
adding a
the
reserve?
human, all of them put together.
So probably quite good to say for the first couple of years, do it 0, 250, 250. In the situation, you'll still, because at the moment it's 2% or 500,000 a year. We're actually, it's something you might want to look at.
So can we just look at one matter at a time? Can we put Jeremy's,
No, don't have to.
or you were asking, can we do that?
Yeah, I'm just.
I'm a little confused because while we can run down these rates, we've run them down to a balance here that you think might, like, we need to leave the bio rate with something in it. You can keep using the land sus if you like, but to actually change the other reserves, we can't take out of the disaster reserve unless you change the disaster reserve policy. We can't take out of the catchment reserve carry forwards unless you change that policy. We really shouldn't take out of asset reserve unless you can agree to change that policy. So we're, in many ways, the only ones that you have control over not growing are in fact the general reserve, or you stop putting interest onto the disaster reserve.
I think Jeremy's suggesting that he takes.
Yeah, sorry, but it's not, we're not growing that.
No, but we're not using it either.
Well,
We haven't used it.
yeah, but I'm open to councillors.
That's what I'm saying, a couple million, I'd like to see a couple million of that
So
going into the system.
Jeremy's suggesting he wants to double the amount that we take out of that reserve. So, and John wants to know what that would do to 10 years worth of
Well,
reserves.
I want to know if we spend 5 million of reserves and we only put 5 million back in, not 6.5.
Yes.
That's what I'm saying, is we keep putting more in, even though we say we're using it, we're not. We're effectively still growing. And I understand we have to have some reserves that do that, but surely we can shuffle the deck chairs and see what a zero growth in reserves look like.
We'd have to change the policy on the other reserves.
Can we not use the lease land to get us through that?
We've got a policy, we can change, we can use that lease land.
One's way more flexible than the others.
It's about taking, it's almost taking out a lease land and then throwing it, technically, you can build your general reserves, but you're utilising your lease land.
Can we sort of get some consensus on, I think the land sus and biodiversity rate was about as low as they can, I think I'm pretty comfortable with that. If we're comfortable with that, then we move to the lease land one. So reasonable degree of comfort, leaving about 600,000. I think that's, yep, I think we've got consensus on that one.
Land sus could be used more. I mean, it's money to be, it's been rated for that. Been rated for that. I mean, I don't know why. Cash. It's been rated for that.
Just looking at the line along the bottom, the percentage increase in the rates, with what we decided before, and then in the purple, with all these extra bits of reserves used, there isn't, there's not a huge difference. It's, in the second year, there's a 2% reduction, but otherwise, it's not a massive difference in the rate take when you take out those reserves and perhaps risk not having something. Is that right, Tanya?
Well, your calculation is correct. It's philosophical is between do you use it now or do you have the option to use it in the future? Or do you go halfway?
Look at our environment, we've got to use it.
Can I just ask a quick question? Sorry. Honey, the fourth year there, you got 40.2, so you adjusted that year as well. Because that's not the same as the
So in year
41 million. So,
in year 4, there's a suggestion, there's 170 from land plus environment.
so you've gone out year 4. There's 41,500 in the LTP document.
Uh, Sorry, it's 40.3 after we've adjusted for inflation, etc.
So it's come down.
Yeah.
So,
That's my figures.
Mr. Chair,
From
can
the extra mills.
we make a decision about what we're asking staff to do? And that would be that we're wanting to see some options around what the reserve usage might look like, particularly using the leased land reserve and looking at what the impact over 10 years looks like. And if we can have, we'll bring that back and put that on Objective Connect very soon. So that's the first matter. At the way that this is currently being placed, that is bringing the proposed rates, including the regional infrastructure rate work, down to 12.3%.
Sorry, it's 13. It's still 13.5.
13.1 at the moment.
13.5 in year 1, but you've got updated budgets considered using the reserve usage at 12.3.
So the version that you've got has been updated to this version.
Ah, okay. I was
So
liking
it
the one
sounds
I was
like the
looking,
one-
I was liking the one I was looking at on my screen, which is 12.3, but anyway.
Pretty good if it was.
We love it, we'll go with it, yes.
How did I have a 12.3 version on my screen?
What's wrong with that, Noah?
12.7 on mine now.
Oh, is that because
Some
we,
numbers have the year like everybody else.
yeah, it's 12.7 here. Oh, that's because you put the additional.
She's updating, you're doing something.
So it sounds like the two questions that we haven't sort of finalised is what would it look like if we use a bit more of the leased land reserves. And the other one I'd quite like to look at is the build of the general reserve, perhaps in the first 3 years, lowering that a little bit. Not big changes. So I think that's, people happy with that direction?
I still want to see a zero net reserve rise. That's what I'd like to see, what it does to
For
it.
how many years?
Just two.
Just for two? Just for
Just
two.
just to take a bit of pressure off the start.
Okay.
So that's 0 in year 2.
0, 1 and 2.
1 and 2. Yeah. Okay, so I think we're
So
clear.
one
about
is
that.
already.
We can still use stuff out of leasing.
Yeah, because
Yeah. I think we should have 0 right through. I'm sorry.
Okay.
So can
So where are we with
can
the
we resolve,
recommendations?
so no, can we also resolve on this other matter? So Councillor Evans has proposed that there is no rate increase at all, that it's the same, I assume you want the same operational budget of $45.7 million from the previous year, and so I just want to be clear about what it is we're going to look at.
The reason I'm raising it is because we've been given 4 options, and during the submission process, I wasn't the only one listening to the submitters and reading through the submissions. There was a lot of call for not raising rates. A hell of a lot. And none of the options, the 4 options we've been given even relate to that. We're not, I don't believe we're giving the ratepayers, or the submitters, a fair crack of the whip for what they've put through to us. I feel the 4 options, we're fluffing with reserves and we're doing this, that, and the next thing, but we're looking at cost budgets. We really need to look at where we're spending our money. It needs to get right down to nuts and bolts and tax. If I'm the only one that sits here and sees this, that's fine. If I get voted down, that's fine. Ultimately, at the end of the day, when the Titanic sinks and the deck chairs aren't lined up, John, I'm not going to sit there and say, I told you so. But it's unaffordable. We cannot keep going this way. We need to have a major adaptation shift and change. If we don't adapt, we die. And that's as firm as I can be.
I think we need to go around the room on this. Look, I
We need
would
to
not
be clear
support
about
that because it's not based on fact. We've actually got a responsibility, a statutory responsibility to do certain things. And but I would hear where everybody else is. I think we've done pretty well. Your argument can continue in the next couple of years because you'll have more information in front of you. But to say now we're just going to take $4 million of the budget, we don't know where it's coming from. I don't believe is responsible. These are hard decisions, but at the end of the day, we've got more information in front of us than a lot of the submitters, and nobody wants to pay more. We understand that. And we're working bloody hard to actually address that. But we'll go around the room on that one.
So what exactly do you want?
Well, Paul wants to know whether we'll support his motion of taking another 4 million out of the budget.
Not today.
So
No, he's wanting it for the LTP.
No.
He's wanting it for
Well, for the LTP.
So it's about instructing the staff to go away and do work. And so there were two aspects, if I understood what you asked. One was the zero rate increase, and the other was that we leave the rate structure exactly the way it is. So people will be paying rates the same way that they are now. I think, Tanya, that structure is still available to us in terms of how we presented the information today. It's so basically we can show you quite quickly what a $45.7 million budget would look like in terms of rates, because it'll be what the rates were last year. So that's not a difficult thing to show you.
So keep expenditure within the same, if we have to reduce service by 10% in some projects or 20 in others, the simple fact of the matter is we're in a declining economy. People are feeling it.
So a 10% rate decrease would be in a staff currently that is incredibly light by any regional council standard. You would need to take 40 people out of the business, or 20 people out of the business, and large swathes of work. So what those would be, so we can tell you now, you're basically looking at last year's rate profile, so that's quite possible to go and easily look at in last year's annual plan. The question of what $4.2 million you would take out of the budget is really the question, because that's a significant amount of budget.
It's not, I'm just saying, if we are to have a review of the organisation, well, it's not.
And I think what Paul's asking, he's had 4 or 5 businesses go under in his town in the last how long?
Couple of months. We all have.
So what he's saying, that everything's under pressure, we don't appear as though we're putting ourselves under pressure. Well, that's how the outside will see it. Perhaps what we see from in here. But let's have a look, go through the motions and see where it sits.
So councillors, we spent a significant part of last year doing exactly that, to bring you a budget
hang on,
that is
Wilma, I'm going to get real tough here.
Well,
You didn't take us with you, did you?
Oh, for goodness sake.
Most of us.
I'm
You know,
so
you
sorry,
keep getting
Vince.
this going and going and going.
Nah,
That's
this is
Listen to what the
inappropriate.
man's saying.
We've heard what
Hang on,
Paul
one at
has
a time.
said time and time and time again. We get that.
so.
You propose something and you're going to ask us, do we support what Paul says or do we do some other
If we're
thing?
going
Let's just do
to,
that.
so there's
Because
two
that's very
parts to
brilliant.
Paul's question. One is to know what that would look like. We already know what that looks like, so we can give that information to you because it's last year's
Yeah.
budget. The question of how you would get there is a serious matter when the business has, so there are two major areas driving the rates increase here. Okay, the rates increase are being driven by a request to do work to improve our climate resilience and to start paying back our debt on the existing climate resilience work we've done so far. So that is not about a lack of efficiency and effectiveness in our current work. We've held our existing budgets at zero and below, in fact, negative numbers because it's less than the CPI. So that's not a lack of efficiency. The question is, are you willing to invest in money to improve the defects and to invest in the infrastructure work for this region and to fund the debt repayment? If you want us to fund the debt repayment in some other way, then we need to look at where on earth we would take the debt repayment from, whether that's from reserves in some way when we're paying debt on debt, or how we would actually take that out of the organisation. Those are the two matters. But there's not a lack of efficiency or a lack of process of efficiency. So what I'm saying to you is that the comparative budget is a zero budget. In fact, it's less than zero. So those are the matters in front of us. So I'm happy to direct staff, but I want to direct staff to do the right thing. If you are wanting to maintain the repayment of debt and to pay for infrastructure, improvements for resilience in the region, you will need to take over $4 million out of the existing budget in order for that to happen. That's a serious ask at a level of service at this point. And it's not an efficiency matter, that is an absolute and utter scalpel to the levels of service.
I've got Neville, but then I think we'll go around the room and see.
Yeah, when you want us to go around the room, we're not doing it, we're debating the topic.
Right.
Let's see if there's any support for Councillor Evans in concept.
Right. So we'll,
Yeah, well, I'll express my view. Yep.
No, I don't support either of those requests.
Zero budget on business as usual possibility, but we're looking at protecting the future of Southland with infrastructure and sorting out the deficit. So for me, flood protection is absolutely key. So I can't agree to a zero budget.
I don't support it.
Yeah, I can't support the zero budget, but I do have some empathy for what Paul's putting together, and I think it spells more towards the regional aspect of local government about where we're coming up towards a hard landing. So I think those discussions need to happen in a regional way. So, but I don't support that, mainly around flood infrastructure protection.
Paul?
I support it because I don't support the four other options at the moment, because ultimately debt consolidating to the figures we're talking about is adding $700 a person.
Alistair?
I can't support a zero budget, but I do understand the hurt that is going on out there, and it's not good. And with that, you know, and they keep telling us, and I just read through my notes I made, that, you know, we've got far too many people, this is not, they're inefficient, you know, it's scary.
Robert?
No, I don't support it, but I do support what yourself and Warner have said on this issue just recently.
Jeremy?
Yeah, look, we have had lower 2016, I think we had a 1% increase because we had money and then we paid for it the next 2 or 3 years. So it does zero. You can't, if you're zero, you're going backwards, whatever industry, whatever you're doing. And our biggest problem is with rates and everything is we only got 34,000 ratepayers in the south. We've got a huge province and we've got issues. And whenever we tweak something, it falls onto those ratepayers. And we can't get away from that unless we have a city of 1 million people. So, and I'm the one always trying to crunch numbers, trying to get it down. We do, I know you're talking about fluffing around reserves and things like that, but the reality, this is money that can soften, it can still get things done. And that's what I'm not necessarily, I think, you know, we're sitting at 13% here at the moment. We were sitting at 24%. So there's been some pretty, or 23 or whatever, it's been some big adjustments. We need to have a look at what comes and we'll talk on Monday. I think we need to sleep on some of the stuff. But, and looking at the infrastructure, it's still stuff we need to talk about, capital. And I don't know whether we've gone over those things. Quite clear that we agreed to those projects. So, but look, at the end of the day, zero can't work. Sorry. So, and at this stage, no.
Look, I've spent about a month waking up at 4 o'clock in the morning with numbers going here that didn't add up. We've made significant progress. We will finish that process for this first year of the LTP going forward. There's still the ability going forward each year on the annual thing. You can make some adjustments, but yeah, we're at the end of it. We've run out of runway just about. I think we've done very well today. Actually, appreciate all the comments around the room, the guidance you've given to staff. This is not easy stuff. Our territorials are going through the same stuff at the moment too, and yeah, we've got people with a very low ability to pay at the moment, and we are taking that into consideration.
So, Chairman, we still have some recommendations that we do or do not need to cover off.
So we have some direction.
So we've decided to not do 9 until Monday, right?
Through you, I don't actually think, given that you want us to go away and do some work on options, that you probably should worry about receiving those recommendations.
We need to do stuff.
So that's you, and maybe we'll have a bit longer. Peter?
Just want to say there is, I think it's option number 6, we can have 2 councillors because we've shifted that date to the 10th. Understand we may have 2 councillors away on leave. Is there a facility to have input or a statement for the decision, or you to carry the vote? Or, you know, just give that some thought.
We'll give that some thought, but look, the July date is really a ratification, and somebody, you could record a vote against it, sort of thing, from a distance, but the real work's today and next Monday.
July facility for those 2 councillors.
It's the 17th it goes to.
To declare the workshop, something you want to say?
A decision by then, right? So everyone's happy.
I will declare the workshop closed.